Welcome to the show. Hey, kid! It's the 100th episode. Enjoy the ride.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the 100th episode of the Why Can't We Talk About That podcast. It absolutely amazes me that this show has gotten this far. I mean, when I first decided to start the podcast, there were 0 episodes, so I would say that's some pretty good progress. The only reason that this show continues to be made is because of my amazing producer, Aidan, and because of all of you that have given up your time to sit down and chat with me. Just in case you were wondering, up until the 100th episode, I have spoken with 85 awesome guests with a total time of 321 hours and 34 minutes. That means that if you were to listen to every single episode in a marathon fashion, it would take you almost 2 full weeks. For anyone who has listened to every single episode, I salute you. I went back and forth trying to choose what to do for the 100th episode, and I finally decided that it would be fun to check in with some previous guests and see if any of their views have changed, or to see if they had anything new to share with me. I settled on 3 different questions. 1. Is Trump doing a good or a bad job in his second term, and why? 2. Have your spiritual beliefs changed at all? And 3. Are there any musical artists that you either got introduced to from the podcast, or that are just new to you and you would like to share with me? I let each guest choose which of these 3 questions they would like to answer, and then we had a 5 to 10 minute phone call to discuss it. During these phone calls, I was reminded that I have had some truly awesome people on the show, and it was really great to catch up with them. The clips are not in any kind of order of importance or clips that I like better. I attempted to put them in an order where the questions were not the same question over and over, and in hopes that they would all flow together well. Also, if you are a previous guest and are wondering why I didn't reach out to you for this project, it's not because I don't like you. It's just because you are a 3rd season guest, and I only reached out to those from the first 2 seasons. So try not to be too upset with me. If we do this again for like the 200th episode or something, then I promise you will have your chance. As always, please don't hesitate to reach out to me at whycan'twetalkaboutThat@proton.me and share your thoughts with me, or let me know if you or someone you know would like to be a guest on the show. Please continue to share the podcast with everyone that you know to help spread the word, and please like and subscribe on all the platforms that you listen from. I would greatly appreciate it. This episode runs a little long, so I've put timestamps in the episode description so that you can listen to only the people that you want to. However, I highly recommend listening to them all at some point. Like I said, these are some really awesome people with great things to say. So without any more chatterboxing on my part, I present to you the 100th episode.
Incoming call from
Allan, also known as Big Al, Scanlan.
How's it going, Ryan?
Good, man. How are you?
Well, I'm recovering from my journey to the Houston rodeo. Let me tell you, that's one big event.
Yeah, I bet. Everything's bigger in Texas, right?
That's right, yeah. Well, we broke an attendance record this year. We had 2.7 million people in 3 weeks.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's somebody left there with a lot of money, and it wasn't me.
Wow.
I mean, I got paid well for being there, but when I look at the attendance figures and estimate what some of the other people that were selling, like turkey legs.
Right, yeah. That's a lot of turkey legs.
Which just in case your listeners want to know, the truth is they are not turkey legs, they're ostrich legs.
Are you being serious?
I am being serious.
They're actually ostrich legs?
Yep.
So they gotta be like baby ostriches then, right?
Well, I don't know. The ones I were looking at were pretty good size.
Really? I don't know, man. Ostriches are huge, though.
I tell the fair, when we do the safety for the fair, I tell them, I said, those things could be used as a weapon.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm thinking of a full-grown ostrich, I mean, it would take two hands to hold one of them things.
And then you see, the parents will buy their kid one, and it's like almost the size of their kid. It's like, kid can't carry that thing too much longer.
Okay. I wonder if that's true of like the fairs around here, or just.
Oh yeah, it's the same.
Okay.
If you're ever out there before the fair opens, just walk by one of those places, and you'll see a bunch of. When they get a food delivery, you'll see a bunch of boxes and it says ostrich legs on them.
Oh, crazy. Okay. I've had them before. I just didn't even know. They even have that at Disneyland. You can get like the turkey leg thing.
Yep.
So, okay. That's awesome. Are you back home now though? Or are you still?
Oh no, I'm already starting my next event. Once I go to Houston, which is usually the middle of February.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much nonstop until the end of October.
Wow. Where are you headed to now?
I'm in Yuma, Arizona. I got here last night, and there's the Yuma County Fair. I'm doing the inspection there.
Okay.
I'll be here for a week and a half, and then I go to Phoenix for the Maricopa County Fair, and it just keeps going on and on and on.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, yeah, I kind of gave you a rundown doing the 100th episode. Wanted to touch base with some of the previous guests and, get some, see where you're at on certain things. So, so you're going to tell me whether yes or no on Trump's doing a good job so far, first 90 days or so he's been in there. What do you think?
I think he is.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes, it's hard to, when I saw your, 5 to 10 minute conversation, like, how can you talk about politics? And the other thing is, like, why would I choose politics? Because, somebody out there is probably going to hate me after this. It was like, it was my friend.
Yeah.
But I figure if somebody's going to hate you over your political thing, it's like, I guess you don't need them as a friend anyway.
Yeah.
But I think, sometimes. And even his last presidency, I said the same thing. There's sometimes I just want to slap him. I go, what?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Canada's going to be this next state. Come on, really?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to buy Iceland or Greenland or one of those lands over there. I'm like, come on, let's get diesel fuel back, below $2, and let's get the economy, because that's what he's good at. I mean, he's he's good with. I think he's going to do good with the economy and this whole Doge thing. I think it's it's so hard to base your opinion on anything that you hear on the news, because I don't care which side it is, whether it's Fox News or ABC or whoever it is.
Yeah.
They make stuff, they prevaricate, they make stuff up, they lie, they say it however they want to say it. So and nobody wants to do any research anymore, but you got to do research to really get an honest opinion of
absolutely
politics.
Yes. Yeah. And people have to be willing to do the work, because like you said, no matter which news outlet you watch, it's going to be biased one way or the other.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. So can you, I know, like I said, so it's such a short conversation. I don't expect you to go into great detail, but is there maybe one specific thing that you've seen so far that you're happy about Trump doing?
I'd say one specific thing that I think he's made some pretty good progress on is just securing our borders and getting rid of some of this bad element.
Right.
There's some seriously bad characters.
Oh yeah.
Hanging out in this country, and the stuff that they do is. So that's. I mean, if I had to point to one thing, I would say that, and I'm optimistic about the economy part of it. I'm pretty optimistic about that with him and his new Doge people or whatever they are.
Right. Yeah. And I think one of the kind of, it seems like most people are on board with the immigration thing. I mean, when they see what's really happening, but I mean, of course, there's always the people that are trying to make it sound like people are raiding people's houses, and just these wonderful, nice, happy people are in there eating dinner with their family, and ICE is busting through the windows and sending them all back to Mexico or something. And that's just not happening as far as I can see. I mean, it's like you said, it's more the people that are causing problems for our societies and things, but I mean, I'm always curious, like, why people want to push the narrative that's happening. Like, why would they want people to think that's what the Trump administration is doing? it's just going to cause unnecessary fear and all this other stuff.
Right. Yeah. They're not being responsible. And even some of, a lot of the Democratic, House members, House and Senate and Congress, I mean, they say stuff sometimes I just go, are you kidding? Are you listening to what you're saying?
Right.
It's like they twist. It's just like, when I worked for Michael and I'd read stuff in the tabloids, I go, people would take something and just twist it so far from the truth. It's like it's completely opposite of what,
Right. Right. And I may have said this when we met last time, but that's, to me, that's one of the biggest issues. And I think that should literally be a criminal offense for any news organization to purposely spread information that is either skewed to fit a narrative or even just flat out lies. Or, I mean, that should be jailable. I mean, that should be a felony. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because I think if it was, a lot of those people would be less likely to go that route, and it's just, it's such a bad thing. Cause so many people, like you said, they don't do the research themselves. They just watch a TikTok video or they watch, Instagram or something. And they're like, oh, I'm going to run with this. Yeah. It's like, but it's not true, so, Well,
so. And yesterday when I was driving down the freeway coming here, I was thinking about our conversation, our potential conversation today. And I was like, there's another thing I don't think people are thinking about is the adults today, they're raising a generation of kids. They're just going to be full of hate.
Yes.
And that's scary. I mean, they get so involved in the politics and in the misinformation, and kids listen. I mean, when kids are 8, 9, 10 years old, that's a crucial time in their life, and they hear all this hate, and they just grew up to be the same way. And it's like, it's sad to think.
It is sad. It makes you wonder what 40, 50 years from now is going to look like. Yeah. That's
why I'm glad I'm 70.
Yeah. That's right, man.
Every year at Thanksgiving we do that. What are you thankful for? And the last couple of years, I said, I'm thankful that I'm old.
That's awesome. That's so cool. So
I'm going someplace else pretty soon, and it's going to be much better than this.
Oh yeah, where there's no politics, no news sources, and none of that stuff for sure. So, all right, man. Well, I appreciate you taking out time, your busy schedule, to talk to me, and
all right.
We'll have to hang out soon when you get back.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing this episode. And
all right, cool, man. We will talk to you later.
All right, take care.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from...
Hey, what's up? It's the magnanimous and effervescent Robert Hamilton.
Yo.
How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I'm over here with my youngest at Timberview Farmstead.
Okay. Field trip or what?
Sort of, just the two of us. And so Amie and the teens are up in Oklahoma City in this teen fest. And because it's a teen event, I want nothing to do with it. And so getting some daddy-daughter time.
There you go. You got to enjoy that last little one before she turns into one of those wretched teens,
This is true, but I'm getting the chastity belt fitted, and so we're getting there.
Nice. That's so awesome. Man, well, it's great to talk to you, man. I feel like we haven't talked in forever.
This is true. I need to send you more embarrassing dad photos so we can at least connect over text.
You actually do. I mean, I don't know if you're joking about that, but I think you absolutely need to do that. So very, very cool. So, all right, man. Well, I kind of gave you a rundown of doing the 100th episode, which is
that's amazing.
It is, dude. I mean, I was thinking maybe first season had 13. I was like, all right, I think I'm done. That was fun. I just went from there. So,
well, do you want to hear an interesting statistic?
Yes.
So, I heard somewhere, and it was probably over a podcast, that only 1% of podcasters ever make more than 1 or 2 episodes, and only 1% of those folks ever make more than 100.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm in the top percentile is what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Yeah. What I just heard you say is, Ryan, you just said to me, Ryan, you're just as good as Joe Rogan. That's what you just said to me. So I appreciate that, man. That really makes me feel good. So
no, that's good. And because of all of his cigar smoking, I don't even know if he could knock me out as quickly. So you might stand a chance.
Yes, exactly. So all right, man. Well, cool. So you're gonna share with me some music that you either been listening to recently, or what's going on?
Yeah, no, so good. So I wanted to shine a spotlight on this local band, and he'd be like, well, Robert, if it's a local band, like, how's it going to be good for like us in California or like Idaho or Washington? No, fear not, because they are on Spotify.
Okay.
And they have a full album, but fairly newer band, and they're called Celestial L'Amour.
So, wait, Celestial, what was the last part?
L'Amour.
L'Amour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Celestial L'Amour. And I know it sounds like a blood disease that like you need to have like old people's like medication for it, but no.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like the way French people would say the opposite of less, you know, it'd be like L'Amour, you know?
Right.
Oh, that was a bad dad joke. Bad French dad joke. So, you know.
Yes. So, and they smoke a lot too, those French dads.
Yeah,
anyway,
they do. Yes.
But so Celestial L'Amour. I don't know why they chose that name, because totally like kind of Texas indie pseudo goth, mostly rock type band.
Okay.
And if you like the sound of like Flyleaf, or Paramore,
nice.
or Evanescence,
okay,
like they're very, very similar, but with like a faith-based bent.
Okay, cool, man.
Yeah.
So they're a Christian group, or?
Yes, and you know, following like the whole millennial trend, like there are a bunch of Christians in a band without calling themselves a Christian band.
Right.
You know,
that's not cool to do. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Jesus never would have said he was in a Christian band. He would have been like, you know what? I am Christ and I'm in a band, but I'm not a Christ band. See?
Yeah. Because he didn't want to like tie himself to a Christian label.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so, you know, he'd go eat with sinners.
So is this, when you say local, you mean like local Dallas area, like with you, where you're at?
Oh,
or?
Forget Dallas. No, Fort Worth, my friend.
Oh, way over there. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're now like the 10th largest city in the nation. So,
all right.
Yeah, so they're from the Fort Worth area. Some of them, I think, were even like born in Mexico, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so imagine like Evanescence, but with hope, and with a little bit of like a Latin, like a little bit of like a Latin flavor, because sometimes like they'll sing or rap in Spanish. But they will do some like popular cover songs when they do gigs like throughout Fort Worth, and they've been featured like from the city of Fort Worth. So the city of Fort Worth has like a website called like, I think it's 817 AMP or something like that, and they'll feature like local artists. So that's really cool. But on the good old Spotify, they have their own songs and their own independent album without having to do any covers.
Oh, wow.
And it's awesome stuff.
Okay. And do you know these people personally?
It feels like we do now, because like at these like local gigs, you can just meet the band.
Yes. It's not like when you go to like a Harry Styles show, you're not going to get to see him.
Right.
You know?
Right. Or his French speaking managers, like none of that.
That's right.
So, but yeah. And so they'll be like in rotation of bands, and then just like at their merch table or whatever, and we're like the old people like, oh yeah, we got to get a long sleeve that won't even fit us, and like support them with their stickers and like all the things. So
awesome. Well, could you give me if I'm going to start, where do I start? Is there a certain song title you can give me that's going to hook me, and I'm going to be like, man, Rob is right, these guys are amazing?
Well, they only have their one album on Spotify, so just go ahead and listen to that.
Okay, just listen to the whole album to start at the beginning, or what?
Yeah. But they're like all about like hope, and you know, it's interesting. Like I'm a little farther in years, and you know, I've gone through a lot of life stages so far. But for like younger people, I think they're trying to reach and to say, hey, like if you're going through it, like there's still hope. You know, or if you're like, we went through depression, or we went through like hard times, and like it's not the end. Like, so don't give up.
Right.
And so a lot of their songs, though it has like a real like not earthy sound, but like just kind of rock and grunge type sound, it's still an uplifting message, and it's awesome.
Nice. Cool, man. I'll check it out. You just reminded me, though, I used to have a Catholic friend who, and this is a true story. She's actually said this to me one year. She said, we were talking about what they were giving up for Lent, you know? And she said, this year I'm giving up hope.
Oh no.
I mean, I think she was joking, but it was funny still, and I still find it rather amusing. So you just said hope, and that reminded me of that. So
I will say one band that I've been returned on to, and they're like several decades old by this point. But I don't know if you've ever heard of the band Scarecrow and Tin Men.
I've heard
Catholics.
the name. Yeah, I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar with their music.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I think they started off as like this Catholic version of like Slipknot or like this like hard rock like punk band.
That might be the funniest sentence I've ever heard. The Catholic version of Slipknot.
Yeah. And I'm not even talking about nautical miles. No, it's like it's just interesting. Like, just take a look at their band. They're like, oh yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that's funny.
But then they have, and bands get known for like their melodic songs.
Yeah.
And so like Stained, for example, like, they're a hardcore band, but what are they most known for? Like their somber, right, almost acoustic songs.
Yeah. On the Outside and, songs like that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And so, dive into Scarecrow and Tin Men. And I'm like, oh, these guys are Catholics? Maybe worth converting for. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to go for it, man. Just don't listen to the Mormon Tabernacle, because it might have the same effect on you.
They don't have any drums. I can't. Like, we're a big drumming family, so that's a no-go.
There's no beat. Forget it, man.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they might beat each other, but it's behind closed doors, and they just that's for a political conversation. We're talking about music.
It is. Yes, we are talking about music. So, all right, man. Well, hey, that's it. That's it. That's all we got, dude. That's all the time we have for today, unfortunately. But as always, I enjoy talking to you. So we should do it more often.
For sure. Yeah, for the 200th episode, I'll get another 5 minutes. You squeeze it in.
No, man. When I'm not doing these, you can call me anytime. We can talk for hours. So
okay.
It's not like I have a family or anything that I got to pay attention to. So.
Well, that's what Sundays are for. Everybody's like left to their own devices. So.
That's family day. Sunday is family day, and
which means that we get to talk to each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So, all right, man. Well, you enjoy your farm or whatever you're milking cows today or whatever you're doing. So
it's what we do in Texas. That's right. Celestial Lamore. Go check them out.
Go. Awesome, man. All right, we'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Incoming call from
Bryan and Schneider.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, dude?
Not bad. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, man. I rolled the dice on my restroom break.
Oh, yeah. You didn't think I was going to be so punctual.
Well, I kind of figured, but then I was like, if he's talking to anybody like me, he's going to get, it's going to be closer to 10 minutes.
So you chose to do the spiritual one.
Yeah, only because the music was, I actually hadn't, even though you had mentioned a lot of good stuff. I've just had a crazy year and, didn't have a lot of time to think to myself. The political one, I was like, that's way like a no-touch subject right now because everything that's going on in the government directly affecting me. And I was like, he doesn't. We'll be there for another show, another 3 hours.
Yeah, that'd be a whole other episode, right?
But I had something happened to me last year that was, I almost called you, but I was abroad, so I didn't, and then got back and life got, kind of took over. But I was like, I'm going to definitely discuss this with Ryan at some point.
Oh, cool, man.
And that's why I picked this one.
Okay. Well, let's hear it. What do you got? I'm excited.
So first I got to say, I don't think my views have changed.
Okay.
But I saw things through a different lens. Mm-hmm. So the wife and I traveled abroad last year for the first time ever. And after about a week in country, I started to realize that I'd never felt more at peace. Like I've always had something on my plate. Mm-hmm. And this was our first real vacation in to 25 years. You know, we're
Nice.
celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary.
Is it just the two of you,
And
or
so
the kids too?
Just the two of us.
Nice.
This is probably the least amount of responsibility I'd ever, had ever.
That's awesome.
And we were at a basilica up on this mountaintop, and
In what country are you in?
we were in Italy.
Oh, nice.
And it was, I mean, obviously there's a lot of religion and stuff, you know, originating over there, and
Sure.
things that, you know, you can see that you would never have the opportunity to see here.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, like, something hit me, like it just, like this wave of calm. And then I felt like chills, like it was just weird.
Huh.
Yeah. And I just remember thinking, like, it just had this moment of pure clarity.
Okay.
Like I understood it all. Like I got it. You know, and I don't want to say it changed my views,
Yeah.
but it made me think differently about things.
Okay.
You know, I've always respected, like we talked last time, I respect other people's views. And even though they may not be my own,
Mm-hmm.
who am I to say that pizza with, you know, pineapple on it is awful if I've never tried it?
Right. Right.
So, and even if I have, I can agree that it's not, you know, is or is not for me, and it might be for somebody or not for somebody else.
Sure,
So,
sure. And refresh my memory. If I remember, I think you were atheistic but open.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because like, and I don't think that we can prove one way or another.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? That's the fun thing about it, is like nobody really has the answers either way. And even though we might be able to prove, we still can't not prove. You know what I mean? So
Right.
the lack of being able to disprove. And anyway, the idea was that, I mean, I guess in a sense, I've always realized religion in a sense as a system of hope for people, you know, and it creates calmness, peacefulness, you know. I mean, it has good moral values depending on what you're following and stuff like that. But
Sure.
the idea in my brain is that I've always kind of seen it, and I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I've seen it as like a system of hope for people,
Mm-hmm.
for dealing with the world and stuff like that. And I think when we were over there, it's hard not to be transported back to, you know, a few hundred years or more.
Right.
And see all these structures and these things, and realize that they've been, you know, and you start to realize the lengths at which people went through to create safe space
Yeah.
for people to worship and to become closer to God and things like that. And I can only imagine, you know, with what we have going on in the world right now, people are scared and, you know,
Sure.
Lord knows what else.
Sure.
Back then, you know, they were dealing with a whole nother set of stuff. And while it may seem trivial now, they didn't have the technology that we have. They didn't have the, you know, thoughts that some of them thought deeper. But
Right.
anyway, all of that to say that it hit me.
Nice, man.
And I just remember thinking, I get it. I get Ryan's stance on things. Like
Okay.
and even if I don't agree to that level,
Right.
it just kind of made me look around for a minute and go, wow,
Yeah.
I could have lost myself there.
Right.
You know what I mean? In a good way. And I think it's just that for whatever reason, that's the clearest my head has ever been and calmest my head has ever been.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that I was open to the idea of that, of leaning on that, of having that, of talking to somebody, to reach out and see what was there.
Right. Right. That's
so
awesome,
it was,
man. That's really cool.
yeah.
And I know, you just said a minute ago, you don't remember if we talked about this or not. And I don't either, because I've talked to so many people, and I apologize if this is like, you know, like going over
Redundant.
something. Yeah. But I know that's why some of the studies that just like talk about the good impact religion has, even if it's not true.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even if there is no God, people's hope and belief that there is a beneficial, it adds something good to society. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, because people tend to be just better people when they have that kind of a belief system. I'm not saying atheists are all jerks, or they, you know, that's not what I'm saying at all, but it just seems to be like overall, that seems to be a good quality. So, okay. So are you inside the building when this happens to you?
Yes. Oh no, absolutely. We were actually in the lower level. And it was just, it was weird, man.
Yeah.
It was, I can't explain it. All I can say is that, like, like I was walking around and I was already kind of moved by everything and just like, wow, this is so amazing to think how long this has been here.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, I just felt this chill come over me, and I just like, it was like everything was still for a minute. Like everything was still.
Yeah.
And it was quiet, and it was just like, whoa.
So
and I just had this moment.
Yeah. And I know you're a deep thinker like me. So I'm just curious, like as you go through that in your mind, what are you thinking are the possibilities there? Like why that happened? That
I can't say I'm closed off to the connection.
Okay.
But I don't nurture that connection enough. You know, they always like, I always hear, or we've always been taught, like, you need to take care of yourself, you know, physically, mentally, spiritually.
Sure.
And I always kind of dismiss the last one in the sense that I'm like, well, I'm not really religious or anything like that. So like I can take care of the other stuff and blah, blah, blah. But spirituality, I think, goes deeper than that, than just religion in general.
Oh, I agree with you.
But it was this like, I don't know. It was just different. And I realized that I was like, wow, there's something there that I haven't explored. Now, call it a higher power, call it God, call it just closing everything else off in the world to focus on, let's just call it, you know, like meditation.
Yeah.
Like that calm, that peace, that stillness. Like I realized I hadn't been tapping into that. Right. And I was like, man, I really need to do that.
But are you at a point with that where could you say that to you that was definitely a spiritual experience, or could it still be some naturalistic kind of just physical thing that happened? You want to talk irony for a minute? Sure.
I don't think we can explain it right.
Okay.
That's not something I can explain. Sure. Like, and that's where if I channeled that more, I'd be on your side arguing it to somebody else, or making my stance known that, like, well, how do you know it isn't that? How do I know that wasn't God reaching out to me in my stillness and going like, hey, I'm here for you.
Right.
And I can't explain it. I just can't. Right. I have no idea what it is. So that goes back to when we talked, like, I can't explain it and I can't not explain it. So it's, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it just was. And all I know is that it was a good feeling. It wasn't a bad feeling. It wasn't fear. It was hope. Yeah. It was peacefulness. It was calm. It was good. Yeah. You know what's funny? You were the first person I thought of when it happened.
That's awesome, man.
I'm not even kidding.
That's so cool.
I mean, first person I thought of. And then the second person I thought of was this friend of mine from way back in the day. Yeah. She does volunteer work in a religious, platform and volunteers all her time and helping others and stuff like that. And and for a minute I was like, she has it figured out. Yeah. Like I'm sitting here working a job, working that 9 to 5, slaving away. And I feel like at times there's like, it's not checking boxes for me. Yeah. That's so awesome. I'm like, somebody like that is just probably continually fulfilled and doing the right thing. And it goes back to, like you said, the morals, the good things, the hope, call it religion, call it God, call it whatever, but it is good for society. Yeah. In the sense that it puts people on a good path to do good. Sure. Sure. All right. Well, entertain my curiosity for one last question on this. So when that happens to you, when it happened, and even now, as you're still thinking about it and talking about it, is there anything in you that kind of makes you feel like you want to like ask, like pray, or like ask this God that doesn't exist or does exist? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, and just say like, hey, what was this? What happened to me? Not yet. Okay. Which is funny because there was more moments of peacefulness, but not to that level. It wasn't the same while we were there. And then when we got back, life just kind of took over and stuff. And I think that's one of those things that now that you're asking the question, it makes me go, I need to dedicate more. There's a lot of things that I could and should be doing in my life that I don't, because I do succumb to the undertow often, and life is busy. Yeah. Yeah. But when I think about where that could take me, it's not off the table, and it's something I should explore. You know what I mean? As much as I say I should get up every Sunday morning and write for 2 hours before people get out of bed and stuff, so that I can just, get my thoughts on paper. But yeah. Just do it, man. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, cool, man. Thanks so much I love hearing stories like that. That's really, really cool.
Dude.
Yeah, don't ever hesitate to call me if that stuff like that ever happens to you again. Just
100%. I had every intention, and then I had a lot of medical stuff happen when we got back. But it's all good though. This year has been great.
Awesome.
And I'm so glad to hear your voice again. I'm
man, you
happy
too.
for you reaching out. I love that we've talked a few times since. And if you need anything, dude, anytime, day or night, give me a holler.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, Ryan. Have a good weekend. Enjoy it. Take care of the fam.
All right, man. You too. Talk to you later.
All right, buddy.
Bye.
Incoming call from...
Like this? Is this what you want? My name is Cindie Usevich. There, are you happy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. It's been a while.
Awesome. I know.
Yeah. You still liking your new job and stuff?
Oh my gosh, I love it. It's amazing.
Oh, come on. Let's not let's not over exaggerate here.
I have wonderful people that work for me, fabulous patrons that I get to chat with all day.
Oh, man.
Surrounded by books,
I don't know. Nobody
the
loves
mountains and the
that much.
ocean.
Yeah.
I do.
Are you living? And you're living down there now, right? You don't have to commute.
No, I live in Goleta, so it's
Okay.
just on the other side and then I work on the other side of Santa Barbara and Montecito. So.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah.
You see famous people all the time in there?
I do see a couple famous people from time to time. Yeah.
Nice. Famous people know. Do they know how to read down there?
Well, usually they have somebody that does it for them.
Oh, that's right. Because they can afford that.
Right.
That's awesome. All right. Well, cool. I won't take up too much of your time. Just 100th episode. So just kind of touching base with previous guests. You are the earliest one that is going to talk to me for this. So as far back as you were episode 2 of the whole entire show. So
which was like years ago.
Yeah, it was a while back, and that episode 1 guy, he won't do it. So you're the one. You're the first. So
yeah.
But anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. So all right. Well, talk to me about Trump. You yes or no? He's doing a good job so far in his second term, or?
Oh, undoubtedly no.
Okay.
It's a 100% no.
Okay. Well, let's hear about it.
I was trying to think, can I say, is he doing better than first term or worse than first term?
Okay.
And I can't really definitively answer that question. I think it's different this term.
Right.
And in hindsight, and listen, I'm going to say, here's my caveat. I try to follow what's going on, but I don't know everything. I'm not very factual. I pick up tidbits here and there. And, full disclosure, I'm left leaning. My social media is left leaning.
Get out of here.
Outlets are left leaning. So there are some biases and some, maybe skewed stories or whatever, but
sure.
You also can't deny quotes, recordings of him. So anyway, I digress.
So let's hear a couple of those. I mean, maybe give me a couple of we don't have time. We could probably do a whole other episode just talking about this, but if you just kind of pick one or two of your favorite reasons of why he's not doing a good job.
I'm kind of breaking it down into 3 categories.
Okay.
One is the useless. Okay. Banning paper straws at the White House.
Okay.
Why are we spending government time on something that ridiculous?
Yeah, I don't know. Have you drinking out of those paper straws? I mean,
yes, I have. So don't drink out of a straw. That's just, it's a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah.
The second category is the stupid.
Okay. What was the first one? The useless?
The useless.
Okay. And now the stupid.
The useless and now the stupid.
Okay.
For me, this whole trying to make Canada a 51st state kind of.
Yeah.
The rhetoric coming from that is just asinine. I'm sorry. It's just.
Well, no, I can tell you that most conservatives agree with you on that. They think that's just one of the stupidest things. In fact, most people tell me that is the stupidest thing he said in this term so far.
I would kind of almost agree with that.
Yeah.
You know? And then the third category is the detrimental, in my view. And I think the most detrimental thing he's done is this proclamation of two genders, you know? There will only be two genders. There will only be male and female. And I feel like that's trying to squeeze so many different types of people into conformed boxes. And
well, you
and
don't
not
hold
only
the
is it-
view, right? Sorry, if I remember correctly, you don't hold the view that there's only two genders. You think there's a spectrum.
I do believe there is a spectrum.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's why
Gender fluidity exists in my eyes.
Okay.
So I think it's detrimental. I think it's going to backfire. I think it's going to need to be undone by the next president, or the one after that, or the one after that. But making decisions like that affect literally millions of Americans is pushing us back in time.
Yeah.
We're reverting back, and it's going to take years, if not decades, to rectify and to keep going on the path forward.
So would you be okay? Let me ask though, would you be okay with somebody saying that another person has every right to believe that they're whatever gender they want to be, and they can act that way, they can dress that way if they want to, and like if nobody said that's against the law for a man to wear a dress, and they're not even going with that. They're just saying, as far as definitionally, when dealing with things like bathrooms and sports and that kind of thing, seems to be the focus of that whole reason why he's saying what he's saying.
Yeah.
So do you have an issue with the sports and the locker rooms and the bathroom thing at all, or is it? I
think as far as the sports, it's a case by case.
Okay.
I did see a Senate hearing or some sort of hearing where somebody from the, collegiate sports, whatever the acronym is, said out of the tens of thousands of college athletes, there are maybe 10 that are like trans.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about such a small percentage. I think each one can be approached case by case.
I saw the same. I saw the same thing you're talking about. I think the numbers were a little higher, but your point is right. The percentage is very, very small.
Yeah.
But I guess for me, or for you, I know you don't have kids, but if you did, and your daughter had trained her whole life to get a certain place, and then a biological male just came in and just wiped out all her hopes and dreams of ever getting anywhere because they were so much stronger than your daughter. And if you were upset about that and someone said, well, there's such a small percentage of trans people in the sporting world, that wouldn't really matter much to you, right? Because you would be like, well, the one that's in my daughter's school is the one that's affecting my daughter personally. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you're right on the percentages. Because the trans community in general, leave sports out of it, is a very small percentage of the population already.
Right.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
The bathroom thing doesn't bother me. The locker room thing doesn't bother me.
Okay.
I just think, as far as I'm also thinking about, I'm still tying the gender roles and gender fluidity and trans rights to marriage equality and health insurance and spousal benefits and things like that too. So I feel like I know you are a Christian. If you want to say my religions and dictates and my teachings and experience show me that this is how I feel about gender, and that's fine. That's great. I may not agree with you. We can still be friends.
Yeah.
But to have someone with such power be the head of this very powerful country making this proclamation is basically saying F you to millions of people.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing is he's saying I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think, and I don't care how you feel.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's really, not only is it disrespectful, but it's really setting us back. It's, I could go so far as to say it's akin to saying, well, you know, in the 40s and 30s and 20s, like, well, black people don't matter as much. You know, they don't have as much rights. You know, it's kind of the same thing to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a separate conversation about,
sure.
about all that kind of stuff. But I mean, like, what about if you kind of reverse it? And because before the last however many years, it's kind of a new thing when we're talking about gender and we're talking about all the different types of gender. Like before that, there was always, I mean, at least there was consciously for most of society, there was two genders. Like that's not a new concept. So, but then the new concept was, no, there's lots, right? So that's the new part. So then for someone to stand up and say, well, no, there's only two, is basically just kind of repeating what it's always been known as, and then kind of going contrary to what the new idea is. And you kind of said, well, it's kind of saying a big screw you to all these people who are transgender. But I mean, there's also all the people that aren't, and that do believe that there's only two genders, and that, and it's not just a matter of like, I guess I can only speak for myself. For me, like I said, I don't care at all. Like if a biological male is like, I want to live my life as a woman, hey, go for it. You know, like that's up to you. I mean, we can get into a discussion about whether or not I think that's right or wrong or any of those kind of things. But if you're talking about somebody's individual right to live that way, I feel the same way about the furry people. If you want to live your life as a cat, hey, live your life as a cat, whatever you want to do. I mean, fine. But the problem I see is when that starts to come into the space of other people. You know, if I'm being told to, you know, treat, and I don't mean treat them with nothing but respect, but I mean like to treat them as if they are actually a woman, meaning now you're allowed to go into the girls' bathroom with my daughter, or you're allowed to play on the girls' sports teams with young girls who are obviously in most cases nowhere near as strong as a biological male is. That's when I'm like, yeah, again, live your own life and everything, but now you're starting to kind of creep into things that are affecting other people's lives. You know, that's where I stand on it anyway.
Yeah, and I can see your point, and I know that's the same viewpoint of a lot of other people. And I guess what I would say in response to that is that really a bad thing? So what do you expect is going to happen in a bathroom? If your daughter is in a bathroom, do you think she's going to be sexually molested by a trans person?
What I will say is I think most cases, no. Because most people are not child molesters, whether you're trans or not trans. Most people are. Yeah. I mean, that's a rare thing to happen. Right. Yeah. But I mean, then you have cases like, what is that? The Wee Spa in LA, where the whole thing where the mom was in the locker room, they were changing, they had just worked out, or they're in the pool or whatever. And then there was a biological male who claimed, who says he's a woman. He's in there and he's naked and he's exposing himself, and there's a little girl in there. So, I mean, things like that. I mean, yeah, is that happening every single day in every single spa? No. But I mean, that's not the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is when that does happen, is that a problem? And I think most of us would say, yeah, you know what I mean? But to say like molesting in the bathroom, all that could just as easily as happen with a female.
Exactly.
That's in there with your daughter. So, I mean, if I'm never letting my daughter go into a public restroom unless I'm on the lookout anyway. Like, I don't care what you identify as. That doesn't make any difference to me. So, so I would say most of the time, no, that's not an issue. But I think it could be potentially, an issue. So,
and it's hard for me to say because I don't have children. It's hard for me to say how I would react in this situation unless I'm actually in that situation.
Right.
But I try to think about, okay, what do I think would happen? And, as far as the sports, and here's my daughter and she's played whatever sport and she's worked so hard for all these years, and then someone who's biologically male comes in and beats the pants off of her.
Right.
That sucks.
Yeah.
But also, I guess my outlook on life is what what can be learned from this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great conversation to talk to your kids about disappointment. Yeah. And maybe the conversation of fairness comes up. But we're also like, I think we're starting to swing away, hopefully, from that, like, everyone's a winner, participation awards kind of childhood.
Right.
And to say, yeah, you know what? Sometimes you lose.
Yes. Not everyone gets a trophy.
Not everyone gets a trophy. Not everyone can be first place.
Yeah.
There has to be a second or third place or fourth or 10th,
That's right. Yeah.
So
for sure.
I think that's a good conversation to have. Yes. You know, is there a fairness in it? Maybe, maybe not. But, you know, what can we learn?
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. I appreciate it. It's good. It's good. It's good to talk to you for a minute.
I know, you too.
It's been too long, so you know.
I know. Okay, well, I'll try to come visit next time I come up there.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Jimmy Westerfield.
Hey, man.
Hey,
how's it going?
Recorded. Did you know that?
I did. I knew it. Yeah, we're being watched always, man. You got to be careful with.
You say, watch it. Careful.
What are you doing, man? You just rolling out of bed or what?
Yeah, just had breakfast at the world famous Jackson Orchid.
Oh, nice. What'd you get?
Feeling pretty good. What did I get? I think the Jack special breakfast with the side of bacon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Good.
Never disappointed over there. I like all the stuff over there. The breakfast burrito's good. The breakfast sandwiches are good.
Yeah, the waffle. I talked about the waffle last time.
Oh, that's right. We did talk about Jack's last time. That's right. Yeah. We're just foodies, I guess. You know.
Gotta give them it. Well, I gotta go there at least once a week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty much every weekend, me and Amie go and get a breakfast and hang out. And
that's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
You ever go for lunch or dinner?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got good food there too.
If I'm off, if I have some days off during the week, we'll go during the week, and then on the weekend too. Or I love it. I eat there more than I do on my own kitchen table anymore.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Well, you work out of town, so you probably eat out a lot, right?
No, I'm in town now. I'm just 3 miles from work now. Yeah.
Oh, how long ago did that happen?
Oh, it's been 2018, 2019, I think.
Oh, why was I thinking you were still in Santa Barbara?
I do not know. Well, because of all the 2020, we were getting together like annually for a lunch, and then 2020, whatever happened then, I don't remember now, but something happened, and then and we didn't see each other for a little while. So
that's because we were both hiding in our houses because of COVID.
That's it.
We were cowering under our tables, and
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was just watching a video of some old video from that time. One of the ways they were bribing people to get the vaccine with cheeseburger and fries.
Oh, really?
And this dude, I don't even know who the dude is, but he's eating the fries and going, man, these fries are really good. And you're telling me all I got to do is get vaccinated and
wow, dude,
and I could have these fries.
Yeah. So you can get heart disease two different ways.
There's a burger too in this deal.
Wow. Yeah. So you can get heart disease from the COVID vaccine and from the fast food. So.
Did it work? I can imagine like how many people. I would like to see the numbers on how many people actually got the vaccine because of some gift card or a.
Like anybody to actually admit to that, dude. Nobody would.
Yes, I know, but they gave them out, so if they went
somebody must have, right?
They sent them to some other country.
Oh man,
send them direct to Hamas or something, probably.
Yeah, there you go. So, all right, man. Well, hey, let's talk Trump. Yay or nay? How's he doing so far?
Oh man, so I thought Trump was okay the first go round. wasn't a big fan, but in terms of the economics, I benefited from some of the things he did, and thought it was overall pretty good, other than the some of the COVID stuff. But now this one, and I was watching I was watching these cabinet selections like it was Game of Thrones or something. I'd never been so into it.
Yeah.
And, we got all these disruptors in there. I love it, man. I feel Trump 47, Trump 45. I give him like a C plus, and Trump 47's the GOAT. I'm in love, man. I feel like I'm the president. Yeah.
What do you think? Why do you think he's come out the gate so much on fire, more so than the first time around?
There could be a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
It could be they got more bullets with his name on it, so he's got a lot to do, and who knows how much time.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I think he learned from the first go round, and knows there's going to be all these court battles and all these crazy judges trying to intervene in what he's getting done. So you got to get it started early so you can accomplish it before the end of your 4-year term in the courts. Really, that's probably the big one.
Okay,
I think.
Yeah. Can you point to some? I'm sure you can probably point to 15 things, but is it like maybe pick your favorite thing so far that he's done?
Well, it's got to be Doge, man. It's got to be Elon Musk going in there and just expose all this wasteful and fraudulent spending that is coming back into these politicians' pockets. And they're sending it overseas to these, companies that are going right back to the very people that are authorizing these payments. And it's just glorious to see. Yeah. I am a little surprised that the response, I guess I'm not, but I am a little surprised. I thought people would be a little more open to discovering these things on the left, and it seems like they're just I'm not surprised the politicians are not happy, but I would think that like my family that are left leaning people, I would think that they would be shocked and appalled and happy that it's being uncovered and discovered.
But then they would have to congratulate the white supremacist Nazi known as Elon Musk, and they can't bring themselves to do that.
That's so crazy to me, man. Yeah, I've loved Elon for a long time, for a lot of years. I think he's a special human. I liked him when he was still on the left, and I don't know when he became this right wing extremist. But,
Well, at the same time, a lot of Democrats did. As soon as the Democratic Party started becoming so insane. That a lot of them are like, oh, that's not me,
Yep, that's true. The Democrats have run away from their base. They're they got the new, crazy tranny base now, and they've left all the normal folks behind.
Which is also something that Trump put an end to, at least as far as the sports and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and they're fighting that still. That's wild. Did you see the flack that Newsom got?
For which part? For his I saw everybody's upset about him meeting with Charlie Kirk and that whole thing.
No, well that too, but he got it for just just agreeing that women in men and women's sports is unfair. The trannies in women's sports is unfair. Well, just for that line.
That's where he said that. He said that when he was talking to Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Right. Understood.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But
so people weren't happy.
They're killing the guy over it. It's just illogical. You can't be logical anymore on that side. It's kind of scary.
I think they're upset, and I can kind of put myself in their shoes. I would be a little upset too, just because it seems like such a shift for Newsom to take, because he was never like that before. So now everybody's like, okay, which base is he trying to appeal to now? Because, everybody knows he's got a presidential run on his mind and everything else. So he's almost trying to become a little more moderate and kind of shying away, because he's probably waking up to watching what happened in the 2024 election. Obviously, a big part of why Trump won is because most of America was tired of all the woke garbage, So I think he knows that. And he's like, look, if I have any chance of winning in 2028, then I can't continue down that same road,
See, yeah.
So.
No, I think so too. But I think that it's just disturbing that I don't think they're worried about him becoming a moderate. I mean, I don't think that they care that much about all of his. I mean, they understand too, don't they, that he's got an election to try and win or be a part of or get into or get okayed for. I just feel like it really is a crazy response to the idea that there's a woman. There's another one. There's one of these Congress people. I should remember names, but I never do. They're from like Wisconsin or something, and she's at some kind of a hearing, or they're talking in Congress, or I don't recall now, but she was saying that absolutely there is no advantage for a male over a female in sports or anywhere else.
Yes, I saw that.
In strength wise, speed wise, none of it.
How deluded do you have to be to believe something like that?
It's the things you have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many of these people believe it and how many people just, oh, yeah, that's true. I agree with them because I don't want to be on the outside of it and be attacked.
Yeah. So wasn't she the same one that said in that, maybe it was in that same hearing, I don't remember, but she was talking about how you realize there's this many thousands or however many high school sports or whatever players in the country, and only this many of them are transgender. Right. And like she was trying to use that as some kind of a reason. I'm like, but tell that to the one team that keeps losing because of the other team that has the transgender on it. I mean, like that's who it matters to.
Yeah. How many girls are they stealing trophies from?
Right.
So I don't care if it's 10 of them across the country. How many little girls now have no chance because this one guy is in their sport?
Right.
And their rival.
Exactly.
So, and now second is, or first is second, and second is third, and third doesn't get even to stand on the podium, like. Right. Yeah, that stuff's absurd. But I love that about Trump. You think he's breaking that all up, and it feels like there's more and more shift go in that direction. I think that, what you're saying about the governor here, Newsom, that he's having to go more moderate and start to appear more moderate to appeal to the masses is great news.
Right. It's great news for us that live here.
Yeah, it is. I wish he would have been more into being moderate this whole time, man. That would have been amazing, because frankly, I would vote for a moderate Democrat right now. Sure. To govern this state if there were one.
Absolutely.
I'll take anything anywhere toward the middle. I realize you're never going to get probably a right-leaning conservative type, in running California anytime soon. But
well, I mean, the rumors are that Kamala's got her eye on the governorship of California. So, I mean, she's obviously she's a moderate. So, I mean,
I did tell you I just ate, right?
Dude, I'm sorry. It may sound harsh, dude, but the fact that I don't have to listen to her anymore all the time on stuff is I mean, it's almost more of a blessing than Trump winning. Like, just like, I could not imagine 4 years of listening to that woman babble on about stuff.
And then people just go, my God, celebrate this idiocy that's coming out of her mouth, and just be like, oh, she's so brilliant, beautiful. Her speeches are just so inspiring.
No, really. I mean, that's like, what does that say about the people that feel that way? Like, I mean, really? Like, this lady's obviously a buffoon, and you're up there talking about how brilliant she is? I mean, that's like, my gosh.
It's a wild world, man. I don't know. And again, I don't think these people think it. Like, my family are pretty intelligent folks that lean left. I have the utmost respect for them, and I don't think they're buffoons. I just think that I think there's a little bit of fear of stepping out of bounds or over any lines, and having any sense of logic. And also, they're manipulated by the media to believe all of the like they believe that Elon Musk is a Nazi,
right?
Which is, they believe it. They believe it wholeheartedly that he is a Nazi. He did the salute. He did it 2 times.
Yeah.
So he's definitely a Nazi.
There's the proof right there. What more do you need, Jimmy? I mean, you should believe it too, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't, and it is a manipulation though. And I know I can't fully understand it because I'm not fully,
retarded.
I don't really get, I'm not fully retarded. Well, you just surround yourself in these, we talked about the echo chambers before, and you get surrounded in them, and you get the media from whatever sources you get it from. And it paints a reality that can be difficult to see beyond if you're not introducing other forms of learning, of educating yourself on what's going on in the world. And I would say that part of my disappointment or dislike in Trump in that first go round, and I didn't vote for Trump in that first go round, was definitely media based. I was spending more time on Reddit at that time, and Reddit will lean you left. That's a very, very left leaning place. And then if you don't get into these stories and you're just seeing headline after headline, if you're not, it's almost worse if you're passively paying attention and you're just seeing the headlines, because I think there's a subconscious effect to those headlines without you getting in and reading the story at all that sort of accumulates and adds up somewhere in the back of your mind and just convinces you that there's this reality without ever reading a story at all, right? Or maybe reading a few, right? And then seeing those and just moving on. I think you can really be manipulated just with those little headlines. Yeah, the headlines. Sad but true. Yeah. People don't see beyond that headline, and I'm telling you, I was at that time really trying not to. Yeah, I had a lot of other things going on in my world, and so I was trying not to be into the political stuff too much at that time. And I think it did. Those little blips had an effect, even though I wasn't even reading them. Right. Yeah.
It's just in the air, man.
Yep.
All right. Well,
some disappointing things about Trump, though. Like I think that he's aligned with some war hawks. I think that I don't want to expand any wars. We shouldn't be going to war with anybody. I don't want to be moving towards war with Iran or Yemen or anybody else. I don't want any of that. And I think he's got some people that are dangerous around him, and that he's celebrating and supporting for re-election. These things are a little bit troubling to me. I don't like it. Yeah. And I don't like that, I don't believe that USAID and any of these other, all this stuff that's being uncovered by Doge. I don't believe that where are all the Republicans in this? Right. I don't believe that the establishment Republicans aren't getting money back in the same kind of scheme. Right. And all I'm hearing about is these left-wing causes that are going back to, to liberal Democrat politicians. I doubt very much that there's no Republicans in there, and we're not hearing about it. So I'd like to be a little more honest about that. We need to be equal opportunity when we're finding the waste and the fraud and the theft. Yeah, for sure. Yes, sir. So
anyway, brother,
good talking
man.
To you.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, man. So we'll have to get together soon.
All right, sounds good.
All right, man. Talk to you later. All right, bye.
Incoming call from...
It's me, Mario.
Hey.
What's up, homie?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. What are you doing? Just hanging out?
Yep, hanging out.
Your kids on the hike?
No, they yeah. No, they're not on a hike.
I told mine to go. I said, "You guys go take a hike," and they're like,
"Yeah, I think they're allergic to exercise, like I am."
Well, that's why
every time I exercise, my body hurts. I get all stiff. I don't know why.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Some sort of disease. Yep.
I don't get it, man. Oh my gosh. So, all right, well, cool, man. So you have some different spiritual beliefs, in a sense, took a little shift in certain things you were telling me maybe?
Well, it wasn't that. I think it was more listening to what I was listening to my own podcast and listening to other podcasts made me realize that in our spiritual beliefs, we really have to be zealous in our understanding of the scriptures according to its context and historical evidence, because it's so easily, if you're not grounded on the truth and the foundations of what the scriptures teach, then you could so easily be persuaded to different arguments or different perspectives. And even with myself, as I continue to study the scriptures and even sometimes teaching the youth or teaching my kids, it's like I got to make sure that I myself am grounded in what the scriptures actually teach. There was an episode with a gentleman that that was in the church and so on and so forth, and it challenged me in regards to certain aspects, certain arguments, and certain things that he was saying. And I started doing research, but based on the evidence, as I continue to do research and see all aspects of the argument, it's like, I don't see it. I see where he's coming from, but at the same time, it doesn't line up with what the scriptures teach. And then in regards to even other brothers and sisters' testimonies and all that, it's like, if we're not grounded on the truth, it's so easily, the enemy could easily persuade us to go a different route. And that's one thing that I took from my podcast is, listening to my own words and analyzing what I was saying and analyzing the information that, you provided too, or the questions that were asked. It's like, why do I really believe that? What's foundational arguments or foundational historical context are there to back that up? Or is it just a tradition? Is it just the Christianese and this is what I was taught, so therefore it must be true? And it's like, man, it's interesting. It's interesting. But that's where I stand in my spirituality, where it's like going back to the word and looking up at the evidence and not be persuaded by your own understanding. Like, if it tickles your ear, align it to what's true, because the scriptures are either true or not true. You can't just say, this was modified by man, and then later on in your sentence say, but look at Jesus, he said there's mysteries and you have to think about that. It's like, how can you hold something true but then you're discounting everything else? It's like you have to weigh out both arguments.
And I mean, that's why I think scripture is so important. I think that's why God left it for us, because we know we can't trust ourselves. We can't trust our feelings, our emotions, our, even our intellect sometimes to lead us in the right direction. So God gives us this tangible book that we can test everything by, and that's why I don't understand how there's so many people out there that are able to kind of be the opposite of what you said, where you're like, where they can be, it's just what I've always been taught, and I just go with it. And it's like anybody challenges it, they're just like, no, I don't want to hear any of that. Just, this is what my parents told me is true, so I'm gonna stick with it. But it's like, how do you know if it's right? You know what I mean? So okay. So it's like a lot of that listening to the episodes you're talking about kind of challenged you in a sense, but then you came out on the other side still holding to your Christian faith.
Correct. Looking at both sides of the evidence, because you always want to be open to it. I think it was one thing you said, if your argument or your viewpoint could be destroyed by the truth, then it deserves to be destroyed. I remember I heard it somewhere, like the truth will always prevail. And if your argument is, if you're being challenged, but then, somehow your view gets challenged, and truth is always going to prevail, in my opinion. As long as you're open and willing to search for it. The Lord would not, if he is true, which we do believe he's true, the truth will always prevail, in my opinion.
Right. But what about if someone says, that's not my truth? My truth is something else.
Then the question would be, well, where did you get that from? Can you explain to me, where your truth comes from? And they say, well, I don't know. I was like, well, then how can you trust it if you don't know where you got it from? It's like, it goes back to just I remember what the book Tactics says, statements without substance. It's just well, all we have to do is love. And it's like, okay, well, we'll define love. What do you mean by love? To whose standards are we supposed to be loved? Is it your own standards, or is it, somebody else's standards?
Right.
But again, it just depends on the conversation and where it leads.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. Thanks.
Awesome.
I appreciate it.
Awesome.
All right,
cool.
man.
All right, my brother.
I'll talk to you later.
Be safe. Bye.
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 Incoming call from Alora McCann.
Howdy.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going.
You just rolling out of bed or what?
Yeah, so if I sound like I just got out of bed, that's why.
Well, I've been up about 4 hours at this point. At least. All right. So you've chosen the music one. So
Yes.
You are going to tell me about a band or an artist that it's one that you found on the show, or one you just found since your episode?
From listening to the show.
Okay. And what is it?
So the band is Arrows in Action.
Okay.
I had heard one song of theirs, I think from TikTok previously, and I was like, oh, I like this song. I had it on a playlist that I had. I have a playlist that's actually called I Heard It on TikTok, and it was on there.
Do you really?
I do, because I get a lot of my music from there.
How funny. So what do you mean hear it on TikTok? I don't do TikTok, but I mean, is it like there's like a skit or like somebody's dancing and there's a song playing in the background, or is there a TikTok that's just a song?
A lot of times it's the artist like promoting their own song, like, hey, this is our new song that's out, go stream it, and they'll like promote it by making a video where they'll just like play the song and like ask people to listen to it. Or sometimes it is like other people being like, this song is so cool, like you should go listen to it.
Okay.
Or something like that. Like, oh, if you're looking for music in this kind of genre, check out this band or check out this song.
Okay. And will it play the whole song or just a clip?
Usually it's just a clip. So that's why I'll go to Spotify then and like add it to my playlist and listen to the full song.
Okay. So you heard somebody mention Arrows in Action on the podcast.
Yes, I wrote it down. It was Aerosol, season 2, episode 37.
Oh, nice. Perfect. That's a good reference.
Yes, I did my research before you called.
That's awesome. So Aerosol mentioned it, and then so what? You just because you already heard the one song, you said, hey, maybe I'll check them out. And then you just started diving in, or what?
Yeah, I was like, oh, hey, like I've heard of that band. I was like, I do like that one song. I've been meaning to check them out. So it kind of like inspired me to check them out further. And I did like then, like back when I listened to that episode. But then recently, like in the last couple of months, I went back and started listening to them more regularly again and was like, I really like this band. Like,
okay. Yeah. Okay. I still haven't I haven't listened to any of it. So I need to do the same. Do they have a lot of albums?
I think they only have like 2 albums, but they have a lot of singles.
Okay. Okay. And what kind of music is it? Is it rock or is it?
I was trying to figure it out because I'm really bad at like genres. I think it's like pop punk, kind of a little bit like of the emo sound. Like
a Fall Out Boy kind of sound, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what they've been compared to, is like that genre. But
okay, very cool. So if I'm going to check them out, where do you want me to start? Where do you think I should? Like, what's the song that really like grabbed you first?
Well, the first one I heard is the one that I found from TikTok. It's called Head in the Clouds.
Okay.
And that one's kind of fun. It's a more like upbeat, like happy kind of song. Like, but it's good. Like, I like that one. That's what really like first got me interested. And I was like, oh, like I like this. But then another song of theirs that I had heard on TikTok, it's called Cheekbones. And they released it like around Halloween. It's like a vampire theme like song.
Cool.
And that one's my favorite. Like I could listen to.
What does Cheekbones have to do with vampires though?
I don't know.
Is it because Robert Pattinson has high cheekbones?
Maybe.
Okay. So Cheekbones and what was the other one?
Head in the Clouds.
Okay. Head in the Clouds. Sorry, your sister just walked in the room with black stuff all under her eyes, looking like she's. Sorry, it's just it's blue. Sorry.
Is it an eye mask?
Is it an eye mask? She wants to know. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, she's looking great. Anyway, so okay, well, cool. I'm gonna definitely check it out now because that's.
Yeah, you should. I do think that they're the kind of band you would like. Okay.
It's the second person that's mentioned it, so I definitely gotta do it now. So, all right, cool. That's it. That was easy, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll let you get to making breakfast. So
All right.
thanks for talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Big Nick Harvey.
This call will be recorded for quality assurance. What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, it's going, man. It's going good.
Yeah.
Sunday, it's the best day of the week.
Is it?
I think so.
I don't know. It kind of sucks for me because I don't get to work either of my jobs, you know, and I love working so much that I'd rather be working than be home, you know.
And don't lie. That's sinful, man. That's so sinful.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
That is a big fat lie. So what are you doing? You just hanging out at the house or what?
Yeah. Just hanging out at the house. Jordan's at work and got chores to do, but I'm procrastinating. So
yeah, well, I'm glad I could give you one more thing to do to procrastinate before you got to do your chores.
That's exactly what it is. Totally procrastinating.
Yeah. So, all right, man. Well, 100th episode. So we're doing, asking questions, talking to previous guests. You're one of the first guests on the show. So
I was,
and you've been on twice. What a stud! On twice.
I don't know if I'd say that I'm a stud or just somebody who has been given the gift of gab.
Yes. Well, that's kind of the same thing as being a stud, though. You're just wording it different. Yeah.
I'll take the compliment.
Yeah. So, all right, man. So we're going to talk Trump stuff here. So you appreciate what he's done so far, or not so much?
It's kind of one of those questions that's easy and hard to answer all in the same breath.
Okay.
I off the bat and just as a general statement, I do appreciate what he's doing.
Okay.
There is a lot of folks who seem to be really upset, and it's a lot to take in. And, but in any way of rebuilding a business, you really have to break it down to its frame, right? You have to go immediately back a house, right? Repairing a house, remodeling a house. You have to, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times, take it all the way back down to the frame to get it back to its original state before you can rebuild it into something better.
Right.
And so that's really where I stand with Trump. I appreciate what he's doing. I appreciate all of the, what's the word? I was just talking about it earlier and I've just lost my words. All the
eggplant,
the eggplant. Yeah. all the stuff, all the stolen money that they're finding in these government programs that people are hiding from us. And as a taxpayer, that's something that I look at and I go, I pay my taxes faithfully every single year. And I am sick and tired of the corruption, all of the corruption and stolen money. And we're going to send money to this for this, reason. Like, why are we supporting other nations? Why are we going out? We have a lot of people that are homeless here, and we're not taking care of them, but there's so much money that's being invested by local governments. Billions of dollars are being invested by local governments, and the federal government is contributing to that. And it's like, let's start there, and then we can fix everything else, because the homeless problem is a big problem.
Yeah.
And yet we're fighting wars that we should never be fighting. We're taking care of countries who are fighting wars. That's like, why are we taking care of you again? Like, what have you done for us?
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah, that's really where I'm at.
Yeah. So it's more like tearing down is obviously going to upset certain people, but you're just saying it's kind of, but for the whole, it's going to be good in the long run.
Yeah, I really believe that in the long run, it's going to work out better. Mm-hmm. The part of the whole reason our nation was founded was a 3% tax on tea.
Right.
I mean, I'm grateful for it because I love coffee. I'm not going to, I'm not a tea guy, but if we look at other nations and, people who have, certain things, universal health care and things like that, they're like, oh, it's great. But they work 3/4 of the year before they actually make any money.
Yeah.
And it's such an unfortunate thing. And it's like, and then to boot, they're waiting to get to see the doctor. I just heard a story the other day of a young lady who had a brain tumor, and her doctor's appointment was well over a year from,
You meaning she had to wait a whole year to even see a doctor about it?
To see a doctor about it.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Her brain tumor.
Wowzers.
Absolutely insane. And this is in Canada. It's easily Googleable. You can find it. The story's there, and I mean, in a year for a brain tumor, you could be dead.
Right. Oh, easily. Yeah.
And I mean, I don't, and here's where I'm at with a lot of things, versus like, because a lot of people who are claim to be socialists, or even heck, they're not even hiding it now. No, I'm a communist.
Yeah.
They think it's all well and good on paper, but when it boils down to it, is the human condition does not allow communism to even work.
Right.
And as we talked about, on my most recent episode, unfettered capitalism doesn't work either.
Right.
We have to have some regulation, or we'd still have kids working in mines.
Yeah.
Right. Women wouldn't be allowed to vote, right? Which they absolutely should be. They contribute so much. And even Trump said the other day that women are, for the most part, smarter than men.
Yeah.
How can you not appreciate a guy who looks at women in a way of like that, as the left would have you believe that he's a misogynist, which is untrue.
Well, he is, obviously. He's obviously a racist misogynist.
Well, our sarcasm is always thick. But this idea, right, that he's destroying the country. No, he's destroying your bureaucracy.
Yeah.
He's cutting out, all the bureaucracy that the left has built, which is the same thing that Reagan did.
Yeah.
In the early 1980s, 1981, right? He said the largest tax cut ever in American history. Mm-hmm. And Trump, I believe, is poised to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And it brought about some of the most profitable years for us as a nation.
Yeah.
So, I think we're poised to bring back the golden age of America. And he stood up, Reagan stood up to the Germans, stood up to the Russians. Trump is doing the same thing, but he's also not giving here's your, to the Ukrainian president Zelensky. He's like, well, it's not an open checkbook, dude. Like, you got to do some stuff for us too.
Yeah.
And, I think that Trump understands that, and he has surrounded himself this time with people that get that very same thing rather than bureaucrats.
Right. Right. Do you think that when it's all said and done, if things go the way they seem to be going, which is, like you said, tearing down things that need to be torn down and rebuilding things that need to be rebuilt, do you think that even, let's say 2-3 years from now, the people that are so angry about it, and just because they hate Trump and they hate Elon Musk and they hate all these people, do you think that a big percentage of them will finally say, wow, this actually worked out better for us. Our country is better now?
No, I unfortunately don't. I don't have high hopes for that. I think going back to the human condition, I think that the human condition is in their minds. They believe their lies for so long that it is truth to them. And, I know that we've talked about this before, is that truth is absolute. It's not relative. And in their mind, it doesn't matter what Trump is going to do.
Right.
It's that, as people on the right would like to call TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. It doesn't matter what he does. Right. Like the talk now across, on a lot of the news outlets is there's this possibility that we're going to get a refund check from the government for those that have paid taxes over the last few years, right? And you're going to get, because of the amount of corruption and stolen money that they found, that Doge has found, that could be upwards of, between $500 and $7,500 if you're married. $5,000 and $7,500.
Yeah.
And they're going to still be screaming to the high heavens that Trump is the worst thing ever as they cash that check.
Right, exactly. They're not going to go give it to their right-leaning friend.
Right. They're not going to, they're not going to sit back. And I've had even discussions with people that lean left, like, if you're so for paying taxes, why not just go ahead and write a big fat check to the U.S. government then?
Yeah.
Well, but, and it's like, well, so you're really not about it. What you're really about, and this is a conversation I had with someone earlier this morning, is that it's about power.
Mm-hmm.
And the more people that they can place into power, or that they can keep themselves into power, is going to only keep them, in their positions.
Right.
If let's put this person in here because I know that they're going to support me and they're going to do what they need to do. And I'm not a huge fan of executive orders. I don't think, I know Trump has signed a bunch, and but I think if we took that ability away and we took the ability for those in Congress to stay in Congress until they're 98, however Robert Byrd was, and when he passed away, I don't think that should be able to happen.
Right.
But I also think that, there needs to be more accountability within government. And right now there's not. And that's what a lot of what Trump is doing is he's kicking down at the goads and saying, hey, we need accountability and I'm going to make this happen. You shouldn't be able to pardon people preemptively.
Yeah.
As supposedly, we'll see what actually happens with that. But, what Biden did with Fauci and a lot of the other people that, Trump's going to come after them. It's pot and kettle. Right. The left has called, Trump this evil dictator. It's like, well, no, he was elected. Like, it's okay when it's your person.
Yes.
And that's the problem that I have. It's like, look, you look at your own person is through rose-colored lenses. Do I like Trump? Not really, but I think what he's doing is really good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look at him through rose-colored lenses. He's not the nicest person in the world.
Right. Yeah. See, I think we see eye to eye on that. Like, I think you and I kind of hold the same view. It's like, we're not like, oh, Trump's the greatest guy in the world. He's wonderful. We love him. We want to invite him over for dinner. It's none of that, but it's like, yes, but do we like the country that we're living in because of the things that are being done by Trump right now? It's like, well, yeah.
Right.
So very cool, man. All right. Well, hey, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm sorry that you have to go do your chores now, but
Well, we'll see. It is Sunday. It is That's Sabbath rest, and it is one of those things. Church is done, but maybe go take my Sunday nap. I don't know.
There you go, dude. And first eat a Sunday, then take a Sunday nap.
We'll see if that fits into my diet.
Yeah, there you go. All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right. God bless you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Bryan, Slappy English. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. You working right now or what?
No, I'm actually in our shop where I do all the YouTube stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, that's working, right?
Well, yeah. So you're right. You were right. I am freaking working right now.
That's like
100%.
That's the fun work. That's the good stuff that you actually enjoy doing.
Yeah. And I mean, I love my job too, but at the same time, it definitely, you're right. It's like, this is when I get off work and I'm here, this is where I feel like I'm at my best. Like I give my best at work, but this is where I have the expansion of all the tools and the toys to work on that are like what I truly love doing. So love, passion, hobby, all that good stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So cool. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. Just trying to get all these calls in before the time runs out. So
yeah,
it's like I'm realizing like the 100th episode is like up on me. Like there's 98 out right now. I'm recording another one on Sunday, and then I'm like, okay, so that would be 9. My wife had to help me with my math because when I hear I'm on the 9, I have 98. I'm like, well, no, I have 2 more to put out before I put out the 100th. She goes, no, babe, the next one you put out will be 99. So the next one will be I said, oh, crap.
Yeah. Right.
It's like, see, this is why I spell math.
Yeah. And at least you're sticking to a formula, which is cool. Like you're pushing yourself to stick to what you want to be an iconic moment within your passion project. And I think that's rad.
Trying to. Yeah. So,
because I'm coming up on my 100th episode for YouTube soon.
Oh, too. Cool, man.
I think I'm on like 90. I think 95 is going to be this Friday for tomorrow.
Cool. And do you release one a week usually, or just whenever you do it? Okay.
Yeah, in the almost 2 years since we've been doing this, I've missed, I think, one release, and that was just because of a family emergency or something.
Okay.
And,
okay.
Yeah, and that was it. So other than that, it's been weekly episodes. I try and put out like 2 to 6 shorts a week too, where I just do little funky stuff and all that.
Yeah,
and
that's kind of what I like. I mean, I've watched a few of them only, but I mean, I think it's cool because even the few I watched were like nothing like each other. It seems like you just kind of just do whatever's, and that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
You just never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a glimpse into the world of just us, and it's not even like we're staging anything. It's just stuff that happens. And if I bust out a camera, then cool. If not, then whatever, no big deal. We're not going to try and recreate it. I mean,
hey, that's how the Kardashians made it big, man. So, I mean, maybe you're on the right road. You just need to make a tape or something and you'll be set.
Yeah.
No, don't do that. I'm not encouraging you to do that. Don't do that.
Good. Yeah, I can't work on projects if I'm a Kardashian. I worry too much about what makeup line I'm going to promote that day or whatever.
Man. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool, man. Well, let's talk about Trump.
Yeah.
You think yes or no? So yes or no on you think he's doing a good job in the second term or?
I do. And going into what you and I talked about previous, I'm still not like a how would you put it? I'm not an open a political party person. I'm still very much on the fence type of a person, but yet at the same time, like, I always support who I feel is going to do what's best for the country. And, obviously right now is like a super intense and crazy, just world that we're living in within our country because of all the finger pointing and the this and the that's, and it's literally only been a short amount of time that things have happened since he's been in office. And I feel like as if, given time, everything that he's planning on doing will work out the way that it should, you know?
Right.
Yeah. I think that there's just so much, as people, we're just so quick to like judge, and we're so quick to I don't know, to be right. We're so quick to like instantly like criticize someone's ideas because we've seen so much in so many lifetimes that and it's so fast paced now that people they're not patient enough to really like just wait these things out. And I have watched so much more politics in the past year than I have in my entire life.
Really?
Hoping for change.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like really wanting to see something different happen than what I've seen prior. And I think me being older attributes to some of that, because I want a good future for our kids. I personally want a good future for myself, and my girl. And I just think that, I definitely see a lot more now, but I don't think he's getting the credit he deserves. I think too many people are too quick to point the finger and call him a racist and try and dig up all this old crap. But they've and who knows, like the attempted assassination was gnarly and crazy and all that, but like they've tried so many different angles of trying to put this man down, and he keeps fighting back. And, it's like you can't help but jump on board with that. And,
although not everybody is for some reason, and that's the people you're talking about. I mean, like he could make the country the greatest it's ever been, like literally. Like everybody could have no financial problems. The man could cure every disease on the planet, and there's still people that'll be like, I hate him. I hope he dies. It's just like, whoa. Just because it's like a preconceived, like anything Trump puts his name on, I don't want anything to do with, and I don't think that's right to do that on either side. If people were doing that with Biden or whoever, Obama or whatever, I agree that's not the right way to look at it,
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, they've all had their ups and downs, and they've all had their things that they've done for us as a nation that have helped people in some way. And some of them have done stuff that has completely sucked. Yeah. But let's be honest, it was time for change. Yeah. Like it got really scary for a long time. And who knows what was going to happen if things continue going down the road they were. I'm not saying everything was wrong or everything was right, but gosh dang it, I wasn't ready to live in a country that was going to keep going down the road it was. Right. But then along comes Trump, and literally he, in one speech, within a matter of I think it was a TikTok actually that I watched. Okay. And obviously it was edited. I'm not going to say it wasn't. But you know what I mean? But still, like with the things and the words that came out of his mouth, I was like, that's the country I want to live in. Right. That sounds right to me. Yeah. Nothing that he said had to do with race. Nothing he said had to do with gender. Nothing he said had to do with Democratic parties or putting down Biden. Everything he said spoke directly to me and my kids in a way that was like, hey, we're going to fix this and we're going to be okay. Yeah. And it resonated with me, and I was cool with it. And I said, you know what? Awesome. Let's do this, sir. Yeah. So, and that's it. You know what I mean? Sounds like most of the country had that same experience you just talked about. So yeah, exactly. That's probably exactly what happened. And so regardless, and just to go back to the initial question, yes, I do. I think he's doing a good job. I am proud of everything that I've seen him do. I know there's some things that people are going to disagree with. Yeah. But in the long run, every single sense of the word and every single little bit and twist and tweak and everything that he's doing will make us better. I believe it will.
Nice.
If I'm wrong, see me 4 years later and tell me I was wrong. But but I'm not. I'm also not trying to be right. But at the same time, I'm just saying, like, I firmly believe it, and I trust in what they're doing. I just wish that there was more believers and they spent less time trying to continue to put him down and just let the man do his work. And if he fails, then go after him.
Sure. Yeah.
So, you have my full permission, like,
yeah, for sure.
Come after me for what I'm saying. I don't but give the man a chance.
Yeah.
Like, let's see what happens.
Yeah, for sure.
So, that's my take.
Cool, man. Well, yeah, I'm pretty much in agreement with you on all that. So, I guess we'll see what the next 3.5 years brings us.
Yeah, sounds good, bro.
All right, cool. Thanks for chatting.
All right, buddy. Sounds good.
We'll talk to you later.
All right, sounds good. See you.
All right, bye.
Incoming call from
Weston Scott.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing, Ryan?
What's up, man? How are you?
Doing well. Just sitting here, letting the breeze blow on me.
Nice. Are you in town currently, or are you somewhere else?
I'm in town.
Okay.
Like, sitting there. It's a cloudy day, but a nice one.
There you go.
Like, I'll take it.
Yeah, well, the other day was like 80-something degrees, and then now we're back to this.
I know. I can't handle the 80s. I was not born for that.
That's the curse of growing up on the Central Coast, right?
I know. Everywhere else I go, I'm like a little too cold, a little too hot. I need to be exactly 68.
Yeah.
I can't handle one other thing.
68's the number, huh? That's the magic number.
Yeah. That way, it's like I can wear the clothes I want to wear, but I can also be in flip-flops and no one will be mad at me.
Yeah, exactly.
It will be the dream.
Exactly.
What's your ideal temp?
Oh, boy. Shoot. Well, I grew up here too, so I mean, it just depends. Right. I mean, but when till about 5 years ago, I hated anything over like 75.
Totally.
It was just miserable. And now I'm like, I've flopped. Like, I can't stand the cold now. And it used to be, I didn't mind it at all. I was like, oh, it's cold, so what? Now I'm like, oh, I'm freezing. And we'll go to like a theme park and it'll be in the 90s. And I'm like, it's no problem.
That's a dream. I want to reach where you are.
Yeah.
I want to reach that state.
I wish I could tell you how I did it. I don't know.
Between 55 and 75, that's about all I can handle. And anything else, I'm a baby.
Which is pretty much the standard Central Coast spectrum with the weather. So.
Hands down. So I found the right place to be.
There you go, man. All right, well, cool. Well, I already told you what this is about. We're coming up on 100 episodes, which I never thought in a million years would ever happen. Thanks. It's been a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun talking to you on your episode. So just want to check in with everybody and just kind of see what's going on. You're telling me, if I read your text correctly, that you may have changed some of your spiritual beliefs.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I guess I'm thinking about some different things that I thought would be interesting to, like, bring up to you and be like, what does this mean?
Okay.
So, like, so the things I'm thinking about that I wouldn't say anything's, like, really changed, but for some reason, the things that have been on my mind, what started this for me is I actually have a friend online who is a death doula. Have you heard of this?
I know what a doula is, and I know what death is, but I've never heard the two put together in the same.
Yeah. So, like, a doula, like, prepares, like, people for birth and, like, ushers that. He's a death doula, so it's, like, ushering people, like, for death.
Like people who are
like, on hospice.
Okay.
And that's a thing that I've been thinking about. I'm like, that would be such a strange and fascinating job. Yeah. And he does it for people of, like, all beliefs and, like, all methods. I mean, usually, like, hospitals will have, like, chaplains who are preparing people who are, like, I know when my dad passed away, like, there was, like, a guy who was Catholic but, like, could do, like, a lot of the Christian chaplain work where it's, like, doing that. But I was like, that's such an interesting job. And I like thinking about death, which we talked a lot about on my episode with you.
Yeah.
And was like I think a great conversation. It was like, I think of that conversation fondly, which was weird for where like I was talking about it.
Yeah.
So much,
I do too.
Wild stuff. But it was like, we're just thinking of like death itself, where it's like, he talks a lot about the idea of having like a good death and what that looks like.
Okay.
And I've been thinking about where it's like, my dad had such like a hard death. And it was like so long, like the dying process started like years before it actually happened, compared with like my grandmother who like had a heart attack in her sleep, and like that was like pretty clean. And it's just like how you can like prepare for that. And also I watched the show The White Lotus,
Okay.
Which is a popular show. And this season, so it's wild that I'm like, I want to talk about spirituality and my beliefs. Like, here's what I saw on Instagram, and the White Lotus is a TV show, which I don't recommend doing.
Yeah.
But like, this season is taking place in Thailand, and it's talking about Buddhism, and that's been a thing where it's like thinking about suffering and thinking about how to be like present, and like, even though suffering is happening, still being in the moment and still accounting for not worrying about what happens next.
Right.
Like, not that I think I'm like fully going into like Buddhism world, because there's a lot that doesn't gel with like what I necessarily like think life is. Like, there's something so like deeply evangelical in me whenever someone's like, there are like karmic points, and what you do in this life affects the next life. I'm like, I don't know if I believe that part.
Right.
Like, I don't think there's like a cosmic like scorekeeper like anywhere in reality who's like watching that intently. But there is something where I'm like, just like getting overwhelmed with like a lot of like things that like the world tells us to care about. This is going off on another tangent, but it's like there's so much, and we talked a little bit about this on our episode too, but I reached a point where it's like there was so much news that I realized was just like opinions, where it's like on either like no matter where you get your news source from, it's like there's news where it's like, oh, this many people died in this accident that was caused by this, and I'm like, okay, that's news. But there's also like the ones where it's just like, you won't believe what happened today. Where it's already like telling me how I think about it.
Yes.
Or it's just like marketing or selling something, and I'm like, how do I like get all these things out and like shove them out? So that's where I've been like just starting to think about like presentness of mind. I feel like our mutual friend Chris Lambert, where I feel like every movement he kind of goes through at like the age he went through it, I feel like I can only start to go through it when I'm about the age he was, because he's about 4 or 5 years older than me. And I feel like I'm like in the mindset now where he was during the constant education of Chris Lambert.
Interesting.
Where like I'm like, how are like, and that's like marked a lot of his albums too, where it's like when he's doing something about like 4 or 5 years later, I'll be like, man, that's my mindset now, which is just very funny.
It's weird. It almost makes you wonder, like, if you talk to lots of people and you kind of ask them about that age, you know, I mean, at least deep thinkers, people that actually think, because some people just don't even think about that stuff. They don't even care. But like people like you and Chris and me, like people that like think about that stuff, I wonder if that's a crucial age where that happens.
Well, yeah, because like I'm like 32 right now, and that probably is like about the age where you're like, what is it all about? Like, is it about what everyone else is doing? Or it's like, if you've had a family, you're like settling into that life and you're like, what actually matters at this point?
Yeah, exactly. So you mentioned Buddhism. I mean, do you feel like that's kind of pushing you in that direction? I know you said you don't hold to all of that belief system, but
like what I'm finding value in is like the idea of presentness. And I also do like what it says about suffering. Like, and I don't think it's too different from what Christianity says about suffering, but it's a little more like it's a little more like at the center of the focus, where it's like human life is suffering. And what Buddhism says, which is different, is that there is something you can do about that suffering now on earth. Where it's like there are like things you can do to your mind to like not separate yourself from the pain, but like acknowledge it as it comes and kind of like go like with the wave of it, which I don't know if I necessarily think that's true, but I think it's very like it's very hopeful.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where it's just like, and I don't think this for Christianity either. I don't think there's any authentic or like credible even excuse for a religion that will say that it can end all of your suffering now.
Right. Yeah. I don't think any of them will claim that.
Yeah. Or if they do, they're like a cult or trying to sell you something.
Right. They'll put some big smiling guy up on the stage and he's like, I have no diseases and no problems. I'm doing great. And it's like, because we're all paying you $39.95 to get your seminar, you know?
Heck yeah. Like that's exactly it. But it's the idea of like, by being like fully in the moment and like fully like letting things like from your mind that are worrying but don't even matter in the long scheme of things, you can like start to have some more presence and some more grounding. So that's what I'm thinking about. It's not so much a change in spirituality or even what I think I believe, but it's just like, it's like an incorporation of like, oh, that is an interesting belief that I haven't spent much time in my life thinking of because I've been so concerned about the next thing.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's a shift. I mean, for sure. But I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean you've jumped in with both feet into anything, it's just, but you're thinking about some kind of different aspects of other stuff. So
yeah, I wish I did have that story for you. I wish I was like, I shaved my head. I'm going to a monastery.
That would be awesome. I'd be like, pictures or it didn't happen.
I know. I would send them. I would do it. I would own up.
Yeah. I would hope so, man. So, all right, cool, man. That's about all the time we got. Unfortunately, I love talking to you. I'd love to talk to you more. But
I know we got to do another episode. I don't know if you have repeat guests, but I would do it in a heartbeat.
So
have a good time with your other phone calls.
Yeah, man.
Congratulations on 100 eps.
Yeah, thanks.
You're killing it, man.
Thanks, appreciate it, man. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from Allie Wallace.
Hey, how's it going?
It goes good. How are you?
Good. So you had to wait for the robot lady.
I absolutely did.
So how's it going? You guys been busy, huh?
Oh, you bet. Always.
Where did you guys end up going for the birthday thing?
We stayed in Solvang.
Oh, nice.
We actually stayed at, the big windmill inn that's right by the freeway. Yep, we stayed there.
Oh, nice. First time there?
Second time there. We went there maybe 5 years ago, and ever since we've been like, we should go back there. So
nice. That's really cool. Just two of you, or did you have a big party?
Just the two of us and Basil.
That's all you need. Oh, they let pets there?
They do.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say, no, they don't, but we just, we do what we want.
We're not those people.
Very cool. So, all right. Well, I gave you the rundown a little bit. 100th episode. Just wanted to do a little checking in with previous guests and see what's going on with certain things. You're going to share some music with me, I'm guessing. Is this just stuff that you've come across since your episode, or stuff you learned about on the podcast, or what's the deal?
I'd say since.
Okay.
It's just been my, I'd say everything musically, that we discussed has maintained. But the newest little indulgence that I've had in probably the last year is a genre that is unofficially referred to as 80s luxury penthouse music.
What in the world is that?
Think Sade.
Okay.
Careless Whisper by George Michael. Human Nature by Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Imagine Skyscraper in New York.
Okay. Okay.
Hot tub in a carpeted living room. That kind of.
Okay. So is this music being made currently, or is this older stuff you're just coming across?
A lot of people online will compile playlists, and it will be kind of a mix where there will be, older songs, but then also people will do instrumentals that kind of fit into it's almost like jazzy elevator music in a way.
Oh, okay.
And so usually you can find some nice little mixes, but I was shooting a wedding with a friend, and we were talking about this, and we ended up stumbling upon it, and just, I don't know, there's something kind of addicting.
Okay.
I think there's a certain nostalgia, but then also, how, in a way, I don't know if you feel this way, but I kind of have no desire to go to Paris, France, because I feel like I've seen the Eiffel Tower a billion times, and so I'm
Right.
I feel like I get it.
Yeah.
It's kind of you feel like you've already been there, and so you just you watch movies and from the late 80s, early 90s, and there's always a businessman looking out a window and stewing on whatever's going on, and so it conjures a nostalgia for something you've never experienced, but when you're listening to it, it's weirdly relaxing. So
Okay.
highly recommend.
So you said, you kind of describe it as elevator music in a sense, and someone else had told me a similar description, but they were calling it chill hop.
Oh.
Have you heard of that? Chill hop?
That sounds like someone younger than me.
No, it was chill. He called it chill hop. And I was like, but that's he said it's kind of like jazzy, not jazzy. He said it's kind of like elevator music, but anyway, I'm just wondering if it might be the same, kind of the same the same thing, just called something different?
This is maybe like intertwined with a little more like borderline R&B at times, but then also
really?
kind of like Phil Collins.
Okay. Is it instrumentals or is there vocals as well?
It like the ones I've listened to kind of alternate between instrumental and then like, you know, vocals.
Okay.
Like you know, what I say, Human Nature, and then like Take My Breath Away from Top Gun.
Yeah.
Like that kind of.
Yeah. Okay. But do you have any? Are there any like artists of this genre that you can recommend, or?
I mean, I think it's a made-up genre. You know, I think it's that there's these songs independently exist in their own albums and genres, but then they're curated into, you know, certain ones are cherry-picked and compiled to create kind of this I made up really specific genre.
Oh man, that's really cool. It's kind of intriguing.
It is. And you know what? I'll shoot you a link, Ryan.
Yes.
You can just have sip your vanilla chai, lean back in your desk chair.
Yes.
And just kind of brood to it for a while. I think you could really.
Yes.
It's not, you know, it's kind of nice for, I don't want to say background music necessarily, but you kind of shut off your brain a little bit and let it relax and let your mind wander while soaking in the luxury penthouse music.
I love it. Luxury penthouse music. All right. Are you going to send me a Spotify link? Because I remember I don't have Spotify.
You know what? I will find a way.
Okay.
I'll source out some way for you to experience it.
You have to, because I have to hear it now.
Okay, I'm on it.
All right, cool. All right, well, thanks for talking to me for a little bit. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right.
I'm sure that this was the most substantial and biggest change that any one of your guests has come across.
It hands down was. Yes, you win.
Perfect.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Sounds good. Bye.
All right, bye.
Incoming call from
Mike Moore.
What's up, man?
Oh, I forgot. I said, "What's up, buddy?"
Yeah, I know. I heard you. Yeah, but see, that part won't be on the recording now. See, so that's why I didn't want you to just bust in all your wisdom you're going to share with me, because before the robot lady does her little spiel, none of it will be recorded. So, yeah, what's going on, man? What are you doing?
I'm a wealth of knowledge, so you better tell that robot lady to stand down.
I know you are. That's why it's going to be hard to cram this into a 10-minute little segment here. So, what's going on, man? How's it going?
Just chilling, man. I got back from Calvary Chapel down here.
Oh, yeah? How'd that go?
Yeah.
Pretty good?
They wanted me to preach a sermon. I'm like, hey, guys, I'm not the guy, dude. We heard about you guys up north there.
Yeah. Your reputation got out, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Stick this guy in the daycare because we don't want him with the adults.
Yeah. Cool. All right, man. Nice. Well, you're gonna tell me that you hate Trump, I'm guessing, right? The question for you is, do you think Trump's doing a good job or a bad job so far in his second term? And knowing you, I'm pretty sure you're going to say he's doing a terrible job.
Oh, yeah, guys, I regret my vote and all that stuff,
No, so I know your answer is yes, as far as how good he's doing. But do you have I'm sure you could give me a whole page worth of reasons why you believe that, but maybe pick your favorite reason and just kind of give me some.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking about it, doing a little research for our chat here, for the number one podcast in the world.
That's right, dude. That's right.
And so I broke it down into two different categories. I'll give you one. What's the word I'm looking for? One topic, which in that has multiple little examples.
Okay.
But the overall philosophy, I would say. And I said this about politics in general. If you just don't look at the laws that are passed, look at what side is trying to pass certain laws. Even if they don't pass, look at what they're trying to pass, and that will give you a very good idea of where their minds are at, where they're heading.
Yeah, that's pretty brilliant, dude.
Yeah, so even California, California's not that bad. Well, maybe on paper it's not, but look what they're trying to make California. That's the scary part, right?
Right.
And it's only a matter of time before the media and Satan's influence on the world just eventually becomes full Sodom and Gomorrah now again.
Right.
So I just say that because even though a lot of Trump's things haven't come to happen yet, I take that philosophy as look what he's trying to do. And I can't fault him for not getting certain things done. Just like his first term when he's getting held up in the courts or with district judges and they're always trying to throw roadblocks in there, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I think he's doing a good job in one, allowing prayer to be back in schools publicly.
Oh, nice one. Yeah.
I think that was huge because they had no problem putting up the BLM mantras and the Ukraine mantras and love is love and transgender, all the stuff. Oh, but you want to pray to Jesus? Ugh, that's no good.
Yeah, that's detrimental. That's going to destroy the society.
Yeah. So, but the biggest thing I think, because it has many ripple effects, I can't even comprehend because I'm not this high level of knowing about it, but simply securing our borders.
Yeah.
Is probably the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah. And so I got a couple stats that I saw. There's 90, the print was small. It was either 93 or 97% less border crossings.
Since Trump took office, you mean?
Yeah.
Wow.
And so
that's pretty high percentage, dude.
Yeah, there was up to 10,000 per day. Mm-hmm. And then this way this guy described it, he says, yeah, there's still border crossings, but it's so insignificant, it's not even worth noting.
Wow.
That's how they described it.
Yeah. So why is that a good thing, though? I mean, why is, kind of playing devil's advocate here, but like why is it such a good idea to make sure the borders are not letting people through that shouldn't be coming through?
Well, first and foremost, I believe it's a biblical principle to secure your nation.
Okay.
To have a nation of laws. And so that's just my philosophy. Mm-hmm. That's why I think it's good. But also, if you look at what was coming across the border, if an open border meant everybody was coming across, would contribute to society, and it's kind of like, yeah, we're going to put America first. We're going to not bring drugs across. We're not going to sex traffic. We're not going to commit crimes. Then I would say, sure, have open borders.
Right.
But what the open borders have shown is that, yeah, you have the few that would like to seek asylum, and for, I would say, lawful and legitimate reasons.
Sure. Oh, for sure.
But there's a process to do that. We already have a process for that in place.
Right.
And so...
And many people have gone through that process. And it's long and it's hard. So, for the people that are just coming in freely, that's kind of a slap in the face to those that did it the hard way,
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would equate it to maybe people, and I don't know, 15 years ago, I had to pay a full ride for scholarship or for college. And then you come over and you get it for free.
Right. Like, yeah, exactly. Like if they made all the colleges free tomorrow and there's still people paying off student loans for the next 10 years. And those people are going to be like, dude, what in the heck, man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good analogy.
Yeah. So I, all the fentanyl overdoses, I believe, some people might chalk it up to this is a conspiracy theory part, but China was having a lot of their drugs made in Mexico and shipped. So China was infiltrating the USA via drugs or with drugs via the Mexican border.
Yeah.
And so I just think when you have tighter borders, less bad things come across.
Sure.
It creates like a sense of, it's almost like if you have to work for something and you put effort into it and you make it a goal, you appreciate it more than if it's just handed to you.
Right.
And I've seen that with friends of mine's parents who are hardworking immigrants who worked in the fields for decades, did it the correct way, learned the language, paid the monies how to get paid, did all this stuff and that, and they appreciate it more than the ones who just get deported 15 times, but they keep coming back.
Yeah.
It's like a pride of ownership. If you just, if you rent a house, you're not going to take care of it as well as if you own the house, if you put your own sweat equity into it.
Sure. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You nailed the nail on the hammer, dude.
The nail on the hammer. And I blew up my thumbnail trying to do it too.
Well, cool, man. Well, last thing before I let you go, as far as conspiracy theories, have you come to believe that the moon landing actually happened now, or?
I'm open to think it has. I'm not 100% on it that it hasn't happened.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. We're making leeway then. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Sure.
That's good to know, man. You're coming along.
I'm coming along, man. I'm seeing the light.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, cool. We'll have to talk longer at another time.
Yeah, for sure, man. I miss our chats.
Yeah, man. Especially with you being over there. It's like I don't get to talk to you anymore.
Yeah.
All right, man. Cool. Thanks.
All right, brother.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Diana. Hi.
How's it going?
It's going.
Long time
Good.
no see, you know?
Yeah. I know. I'm being spoiled. Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. All right. So
cool.
we're gonna talk Trump right now. We're gonna say so the first, and I know it's a hard question to answer, yes or no, but all right. Well, so the question is then, yes or no, is Trump doing a good job so far in his first 90 days?
I think I have hope that he is.
Okay.
I have hope that he is. I just don't know enough about what he's doing because we hired him to be the expert, not me.
Right.
So he's doing things that are extremely drastic. And because the country's so messed up, in my opinion, and he only has 4 years, I like drastic. I like that he's doing things that are shaking things up. And, it seems like what he's doing is what he has to do in order to make the change we hired him to do.
Right.
We hired him to change our country in a big way.
Yeah.
And so I think in order to do that, he's going to have to do things that are very controversial, very scary for everybody. Like for him to we're trusting this one man and his team that he picked to fix the things we want him to fix. And a lot of us don't know what that looks like. I have hope that he is doing a good job. And so far I have nothing that shows that he isn't.
Okay.
So
you're happy with all the things he's been doing thus far?
I am skeptical. I wouldn't say I'm happy.
Okay.
Because I'll be happy when I see the outcome.
Explain. So like maybe pick a certain thing and tell me like you're skeptical about this, but you hope it goes this way. And when it does, you'll be happy.
Okay, so he's laying off a lot of people that the government hired over the last 50 years, or whatever it is.
Right.
So that's scary. That's scary for a lot of people. A lot of those people probably voted for him, and now they're getting laid off because of who they voted for.
Right.
And that's like very controversial. So I'm wondering, is that really necessary? I'm trusting that it is. I'm trusting that what he's doing is necessary to get to where he is. So I think that he has to do these things to reallocate funds in areas that we care about more and to kind of fix it from the ground up. There's just an overload of government programs and government oversight and all these things that the American people don't want. We don't want government in our lives, even if that means less streamlined, workings of things.
Right.
So
it's like sometimes things that need to be done in order for the whole to benefit, there has to be some casualties.
I think so. And I hate that mindset, but I think in America, that's kind of the consequence of living here is when you have a free country, a country where where the majority is allowed to decide things for certain people, there's always collateral damage. There's always going to be a sector of people who are not benefiting.
Sure.
And so I think that's just kind of the result of us living here.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, nobody wants it, I guess. Nobody, especially the people being affected by it directly, wants that. But I think he's just got big goals. So I think what he wants to do is put money towards things that's going to make our country more secure. It's going to put money back in the pockets of the American people. And in order to do that, you have to take money from somewhere and, put it back in those places. So I'll be happy when that happens. I'll be happy with what he did, and I'll look back and say, well, how else was he going to do it? How else was he going to? But if he does all this and we're worse off than before, and none of that happens, then I will be not happy.
Yeah, but when you say worse off, do you mean like for example, like if it was worse off for the whole, or worse off for individual? Because obviously it's going to be worse off in a sense for the people that maybe are losing their jobs, but I mean, I guess I see it as like, I mean, this is a weird example, of course, but if you were to take, like, let's say a criminal, like, let's say he's making his living on selling heroin or something, right? Now someone goes in there and busts him, throws him in jail or whatever. Now he's going to think that sucks. He's going to be like, well, what are you talking about? I was making millions of dollars selling heroin. I had a great little family. I had a life. I had a big old house and everything was going great. And you people came in and ruined my life. But like most of us would look at that and say, yes, that's true. But it was a necessary thing to ruin your life, because through what you were doing by selling heroin, you were destroying other people's lives and you were making our society not a good one. Right. So, I mean, I know that's a drastic example, but I think that's kind of what Doge is supposed to be doing.
Right. So I think in the example specifically, talking about like the firing of people at the national parks and firing of, government employees, and basically every sector is what it seems like. They're really going through and getting. So what would be worse off specifically in that area is if he's decreasing the amount of employees, let's just say in parks, national parks. And then nothing happens as a result of that. He doesn't, take away our income tax, and he doesn't reallocate the funds. Then we would be worse off because those national parks wouldn't be, upkept. They wouldn't, maybe they would close because because it's too dangerous, because access to the park is now overrun by too many animals or whatever it is, you know? So in that area specifically, I'm going to know that what he's doing worked if there was actually a good result from taking those funds away from the national parks and giving it somewhere else.
Yeah, but if everybody like lost their jobs and then literally nothing changed, nothing good came out of it, then you would just have all these. Yeah, you'd have unemployed people for no reason. Yeah. Yeah. So okay.
So there's just a lot being shaken up right now, and I'm excited about it, but I'm willing to admit that it's not a good thing in the future when I see what it's doing. So
you mean like potentially it could not be a good thing. Like everything could work out great, right? And you could be like, oh, this all was awesome. This all needed to happen. It's great.
Right. And we're trusting that his motives are what they say they are. Right. When the other side thinks his motives are to totally implode the country and keep all the money on the way out, like that. Right. So I have hope that that's not what I voted for.
Yeah, but knowing his character, do you personally believe that would be a motivation of his, is to steal money from the American?
Yeah, no, but I also know the evil in this world runs so deep, and people just suck, in general. Yeah. And without knowing him personally, I can't say one way or the other, but I'm hoping that what he's showing us, basically I voted based on vibes. Like, oh yeah, I like his vibe. Like, that's it. Because that's all I can trust. I can't trust the media. I can't trust what people say out of their mouth, especially with AI now. Right. I can't trust anybody except myself. And
and maybe his record, right? You could look at his first 4 years and see what he do. Did he do a number of things he said he was going to do in this first term or not? And he kind of
it appeared that way. Yeah, it appeared that way. I didn't really do a lot of digging to find out for sure, because I'll read both sides of it, and a lot of people say, all these numbers that he touted were great were made up and it wasn't true, and this is why. And I'll read that stuff and I'm like, oh dang, like people on both sides have such great evidence for why he was successful or why he wasn't. And I don't have the time to become an expert in economics to find out.
And like you said, even if you did, it would still be difficult to kind of study through the weeds of all the bias and the false information and everything else from both sides,
So I really had to just go off his record. And what really pushed me over the edge was the media. Like, the media blatantly manipulated things.
Yep.
And that was 100% true. That I know for a fact because I saw it happen.
Yeah.
And they, just like when they tried to say Elon Musk's salute was a Hitler
Nazi.
salute.
Yeah.
And people ran with that. And it just made me think, am I crazy? Or are these other people crazy? Because it was so obvious to me that it was an innocent gesture.
Yes.
So obvious to me. And that's what they did with everything Trump did.
Yeah.
So to be honest, completely honest, I just wanted to go the other direction from that media. And that's why I voted for Trump. That's the biggest reason why I voted for him, which might be stupid.
No,
but
that's a good reason.
my distrust for that side of the media pushed me wanting to go so far away from them that I just said, you know what? Screw it. Like, I don't care. I'm going to vote for this guy just because they say not to, because I hate them that much.
There you go.
So, which is terrible because that's what the other side's doing too.
Right.
That's what the other side's doing too. They're like, I hate Trump so much.
Yeah.
I don't care who's in office. I will vote for anybody else rather than him.
Yeah.
So I see the fallacy in what I'm doing, but
Trump or Elon, like you mentioned, the whole Nazi thing, like the fact that people can run with that is just simply because they hate the guy so much that their minds won't let them realize, well, actually, no, that wasn't anything close to a Nazi salute. You know, and actually start using logic and be like, what reason would he have? Let's say hypothetically he is a Nazi. Let's say, okay, hypothetically, you're telling me he's going to go out on national television and do a Nazi salute for the whole world to not just see once live, but then replay it over and over and over and over. It's going to be all over the news just so he can say, "Nah, I'm not a Nazi."
Yeah.
No, I mean, if he was going to do that, it would be because he wanted the whole world to know, right? I mean, like, come on, it's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, but anyway,
it's illogical. So. Yeah, so I hope he's doing a good job, and I'm not going to know until. Right? We'll see.
We'll see when it's all said and done, and we're we're either living great or we're living not great.
Yep.
So, all right.
Yep.
Well, cool. I appreciate you leaving bowling to come talk to me for a little bit.
Hey, yeah, it's nice. I like to be in my car by myself.
Yeah, there.
It's my favorite place.
Nice. I'm in my car by myself right now too.
Oh, cool.
Well, the kids just ran into the store to get granola bars because they're going on a hike today with the youth group. So.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, so I wanted to get some sustenance. So I'm sure they're going to come back with granola bars that are full of garbage, but
Oh, yeah, there aren't very many that aren't, but those are the good kind.
Yeah.
I've tried to do healthy. It's nasty.
It is. Yeah.
If it's not meat and vegetables that you cooked yourself.
Yeah.
Anything else is gross.
Yeah. Which to me, again, I know we've talked about this, but that's proof of the curse to me. I think that's seriously, like, that's part of the curse, right? Because it's like everything.
I don't know if we've talked about that.
Almost everything that tastes terrible is really good for you, and almost everything that tastes so good is terrible for you. And I don't think that was always the case. I think in heaven it's going to be the opposite. Like cheeseburgers and milkshakes and pizza are going to be really good for you, and beets and polenta are going to be terrible for you in heaven.
Oh, that's funny. No, I totally, that goes along with every part of our flesh.
Right. And that's what I mean. It's a flesh thing, right? Our flesh wants the wrong things all the time. Therefore, our flesh wants the foods that taste good to the flesh, which in turn are not good for us. So.
Oh, man.
Yeah. There you go.
Great.
There's a little nugget for you. So.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, I will. I'll let you go. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Of course.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Incoming call from
Aidan, Bryan.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
It's going.
Where's it going? That's the question.
I don't know.
Well, that's good to know, man.
I haven't done this in a minute. I forgot how to put on podcast voice.
You have to do what?
I forgot to put on the podcast voice. My bad.
Oh yeah, I didn't know you had one of those. You have a podcast voice?
I mean, I don't know. It's been a minute since I recorded something, so
yeah. All right, well, cool. Well, let's talk spiritual beliefs. Where you at? You change things, or you're the same, or?
So it's interesting. I think they've changed since the last time me and you have talked about it, in a sense, like. Because I think I don't know if I said this in my episode, but the last time we really talked about it, I was very much like, none of it's real. It's all kind of garbage, whatever, made up stuff. But I think at this point in my life, I've kind of started to see, I don't know, I see patterns in things. There's something someone else has said this before on your show, something about like this like purple mist idea, this like kind of grand vision thing. Like there's sort of a plan going. Maybe not plan's the wrong word, right? But there's a pattern to everything. Like everything kind of happens for a reason, and so like I don't know if that necessarily means that there's like divine creator behind it, but I don't think we're alone per se. Like I don't really have definitive answers per se, but you know.
But you're leaning more in the intelligent design category now as opposed to nothing.
Yeah, I think like intelligent design more or less. Like I don't know if it's necessarily like God per se that put us here. I don't know if it's like I don't know. I'm just human, you know.
Well, that's what I mean. Intelligent design doesn't have to be God. It just means something with intelligence, something, you know, really anything with intelligence that could create everything, as opposed to the evolutionary idea that everything just came from nothing.
Yeah, and I definitely, I never held to the nothing idea, the evolutionary idea, because that's never really made sense to me.
Okay.
But I think, like, at this point, it's like, again, I just kind of keep going back to that, like, there's like a pattern to everything, like all the chaos going on and everything, there's a reason for everything happening, and kind of seeing that, like, domino effect of everything just starting to unfold of, like, I don't know, it feels orchestrated in a way. I know that's, like, not a lot of facts to go off of. I'm just keep saying I feel, but, like, you can kind of just see it, you know, in the chaos.
So are you at the point, though, where you can see the order in something or the orchestration, but you don't necessarily agree with the orchestration, where you're like, you still think it could be like something maybe intelligent, but something evil at the same time? Because I know you look at things in the world and you're like, I don't think that's good.
Yeah, I wouldn't say evil. But I definitely think that if there is some kind of like primordial force that exists that created us all, put us all here, I definitely don't think it's this like loving God scenario.
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm also not really in the camp of like, he just stuck us here and left either. So I don't know. Like on that front, I'm still pretty ambiguous. Like I don't know who this guy is. I just know he exists in a sense.
Okay.
They exist, I guess.
And it's it's just looking at seeing that there's some kind of orchestration is what makes you know that something exists.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, it's something that, like, I've seen, there's a bit of a tangent in this. Like I've seen and witnessed some stuff on the more like occulty side since the last time we talked about it too. And I've seen some stuff that's pretty unexplainable in that sense, like in the sense of like we're getting in tune with nature, we're doing like these realigning our chakras and that kind of stuff. I shouldn't say occult, that's the wrong word, but you know what I mean, like
mystical stuff,
mystical witchy type stuff. Like I've witnessed a lot of that in the last year, and it's something like I don't know if that's necessarily like getting in contact with actual spirits and or God or whatever. But there's definitely more to it than just like mumbo jumbo made up garbage.
Yeah.
Like, because, sorry, guys.
No, I was gonna say when you look at the world and you look at people and you look at everything going on, do you see a good element and an evil element?
I think a mix of both.
That's what I mean. Like you can distinctly see both sides.
I can see the good in people.
Okay.
Like I can see the people who are trying to do better, and I can also see obviously the evil in people. I feel like that's the majority of what people see and what people talk about. But I think that's all we really have to go off of. I mean, other than like physically looking at like nature and stuff like that. But as far as just like the idea of like grand plan orchestration type stuff, it's like, I don't know. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Not bad. I was gonna finish that, and I just totally spaced out.
Yeah. Well, that's cool, man. That's I mean, you know, coming from me, you obviously know that I would rather have you leaning that way than nothing. So, which I didn't know. I thought the last time we talked, you were in the nothing camp. So,
I'm I don't know really, because I'm not. How about this? As far as like my own personal journey, I'm just not close to it anymore. You know, like if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and my gut is telling me like hey, there's more to this than just we're all stuck in a rock until we die. Like there's a little bit more to it than that. I haven't gotten much further than that on like a personal level. I'm just going like off of observation, off of feelings, off of all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, it's like, again, like this idea of just everything is even if it like appears kind of chaotic and bad or whatever to some people, other people it won't. So it's like, there's a reason for the thing happening. There's a reason whoever's in office is in office. There's a reason that certain groups are upset by that person being in office. There's a reason that like it's all happening for a reason.
Right. You know? Well, the question kind of then is, what is the reason? And is the reason good? Is it good and noble, or is it for evil and destruction? You know?
You know, I fall on a weird side of that too, because I would mix the two answers together and say good destruction.
Good destruction?
Yeah, I think that in like more of a kind of political sense too, like you can kind of see, to me, I'm like, okay, and this is a personal thing, I'm not trying to, you know, where I stand on this politically or whatever, but like I personally think not necessarily like the wrong person's in office, but like, again, the person in office is not a great dude. And from that though, from him getting in office, it's making people talk. It's making people wake up to the fact that the system isn't super great, and they're willing to talk about things that they weren't before. The political right and left thing is starting to erode, and people are talking to each other. And like, so even if like objectively is also not really objective here, but you know, from my perspective, objectively speaking, it's a bad situation up there. It's like, at least it's doing all this work to tear down these walls that have been established by the higher ups for years and years and years.
Right.
Like,
yeah. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah. People are finally willing to talk about it, and it's cool.
Yeah.
It's something like it'd be going online, going on Reddit, TikTok, whatever, seeing people willing to go, hey, I'm Republican. I don't agree with your views, but we're all getting pay cuts, so let's talk about it. Like, we're all dealing with the financial crisis right now. Let's talk about it. We're all dealing with the news and stuff being manipulated right now. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the facts. And like, I don't know. Yeah. So I think that's given me like a sense of hope that like we're not completely doomed. Like as a species, I mean, we're still pretty messed up, but I don't know.
We're still pretty doomed, but not quite all the way doomed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I still don't see us lasting more than like 2 more generations, but
yeah.
That being said, I hope we do, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, man. Well, cool.
Cool.
Thanks for sharing that with me.
Yes, sir.
Awesomeness. All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right, bye.
Incoming call from
Lambert.
Hey,
how you doing?
So is yours going to be more like just music you've been finding recently that you're going to share with me, or what do you got for me?
Yeah, was that I think the way you worded it is music that you've gotten into since we did the podcast?
Yeah, since your episode. Yeah, either that or something you heard on the podcast, you heard a guest mention, you're like, oh, I'm going to check them out. Either one.
Yep, I've got both.
Oh, cool. Well, let's hear it, man.
Cool. So I think when you and I talked a couple years back, we talked about Descendants and how Descendants was a band that was important to both you and I.
Oh, yeah.
But I really hadn't listened to them since high school. And so earlier this year, I started kind of diving in again to their whole back catalog. And that got me into All, which is basically the Descendants with a new singer.
Yes. With three different new singers.
Never gone through the discography before. So I just went chronologically through every All album.
Okay.
And ended up really enjoying it. And I think you and I had some disagreements.
Yeah.
About what the best ones were.
Yeah.
So I had listened to your episode with Diana.
And how did you find that? You told me you found that by you searched something, right? And
I was Googling to see if there was a podcast that discussed the All album Pummel. And your episode with Diana was the first result because the two of you talked about that album.
How funny.
And that's what I was explaining to you, and tagging all of these topics in your episode descriptions. You are popping up for strangers who have never heard of you before, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, especially for something so like random, because that was like a 2-3 minute thing that we talked about in that episode?
Yeah,
I think
if that.
That's too funny, man.
But so you and she had talked about Pummel, about the album Pummel that came out in 95, I think.
Yes.
Which I had not listened to yet, so I listened to that one, really enjoyed it. But then the next one, Mass Nerder, is the one that really got me. And because from what I learned, they reformed with Milo and they put out their comeback album, Everything Sucks.
Oh, yeah.
In 96.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they had already demoed most of those songs with Chad Price, the singer of All.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
And so they just had this batch of like 30 or 40 songs that Milo got to come in and pick which ones he liked best, and they recorded that as a Descendants album, and the leftovers became Mass Nerder.
Oh.
So Everything Sucks, I think, is one of their best albums, and so Mass Nerder is maybe the closest thing to a sequel.
Okay.
To that album.
All right, your reasoning makes sense, but I don't know if I don't know. But see,
what it is it's consistent, start to finish.
Yes.
It feels all like the same album, and with Pummel and Breaking Things, have some of my favorite All songs.
Yeah.
And then some of the weirdest, like, what is this?
Yeah, like you were talking about the screamy ones and
You and I had talked about that with Descendants, that some of their later albums, it was like they have some really good songs and then some real head scratchers.
Yeah. Well, that's what I felt about like Everything Sucks to me was a return, even though way different. I shouldn't say way different, just production quality, way better than Milo Goes to College, all that kind of stuff. Right. Yeah. But that was kind of a return to, like you just said, a consistent just punk album, to where all the other ones, like they had some great songs, but it's like just weird stuff too mixed in. It's like, what in the world is, like all logistics
a whole
and
track
stuff.
Of them recording their farts in their van
Orgo fart, or whatever they called it. Yeah, exactly.
It's fun, but it's like, I don't know if this is a solid album all the way through anymore. So Mass Nerder, I just felt like Mass Nerder is so the type of pop punk that I had been looking for. That's like, it's still got that edge of punk rock that's not totally in the camp of what pop punk became in the mid 2000s, which I really jumped ship on. I'm not interested in.
Right.
So anyway, it's a new discovery for me, but that also led me to diving back into some of the like skate punk stuff that I listened to in high school but never really explored.
Okay.
And my other big discovery has been Lagwagon.
Nice.
Who I think you and I have talked about too. I knew 4 or 5 of their songs, but now listening to their whole albums, like, why have I missed out on this?
Yeah. Did you start at the beginning with them as well?
I did, yeah.
Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, because I think when we talked, you were talking about like, Let's Talk About Feelings, I think.
Oh yeah,
which is great. I mean, don't get me wrong, but it's like way past like Trashed and Hoss and like, kind of.
Hoss, I think, is my standout. Right now is the one I keep going back to.
Yeah, that one.
Actually, it got me so excited about that style of music that I just went and bought a skateboard for the first time in more than 20 years.
Did you really
stand on it? Day one, I was too afraid to stand up on it.
My God,
which seems to be a universal experience from talking to my friends.
Oh, like, dude, I'm scared to even stand on one of those now, because I know if I fall, that's a hospital trip.
I sprained my ankle last January, and it didn't feel better till like the fall.
Yeah, see?
So I'm terrified now. But after like 24 hours of skating, I'm back to probably where I left off when I was a teenager.
Really?
So it was never great, but good enough.
Okay. Can you ollie?
I'm working on it.
Okay, that's one thing I could never do. For whatever reason, all my friends were doing that. I could never get that one.
I was hit or miss with it in high school.
Okay.
And now I'm like, I remember the logistics of it, but it's so hard to convince myself to just land on the board.
Yeah.
And it won't fly out from under me.
Okay.
Terrifying in your 30s, but so Lagwagon all kind of got me into that mindset again.
Yeah,
thinking I'm a teenager.
Yeah, which could be dangerous. Right. How about is there any other fat bands and stuff that you like tried and didn't like, or? I'm just curious. I mean, because there's so many good ones there. Like Good Riddance and Strung Out, and some of that stuff.
Face to Face. For a Name.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yep.
A lot of the like Tony Hawk Pro Skater soundtrack, like Millencolin and Goldfinger and those bands.
Mm-hmm.
And then was checking out, because I didn't realize Lagwagon were a Santa Barbara band.
Yeah, they're from Goleta. Yeah.
They are. So that led me back to the Ataris, who I was big into in high school. But I think I told you my dad worked with the bass player.
Dude, if you did tell me that, I don't remember.
Yeah, when he worked at Unical up on Orchid Hill, Mike Davenport, the bass player of the Ataris, was working there. And according to my dad, was just the worst employee they had, and just had so much trouble with them. And he's like, he'd be out all night at bars playing shows. He'd come into work drunk the next morning, like, "Oh, dude, what's up?" And he said he had really like long shoulder length hair. And at some point he got it caught in part of the machinery at this oil plant, and it was pulling his head towards this machinery, and they're trying to pull him out. And the whole time he's like, "Dude, this is radical. This is so rad."
He's like, "What a way to go."
So when I started listening to Ataris, my dad's like, "Ugh, are you kidding me?" I worked with that guy.
Wow.
So, but hadn't realized that Joey Cape had produced some of those earlier albums. And listening back, there was a recording studio in Santa Barbara called Orange Whip.
Okay.
And so then I went from there and started digging out all the albums that were recorded in that studio, because they're all sort of the same sound.
Okay.
Yeah, that Santa Barbara skate punk.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, Atari. I mean, we could talk about all this stuff for days. Good. I mean, Atari is a big one for me too. I actually saw them play in Napomo.
Oh man,
they played it. It was Lumbagos. It was a bar. Yeah, it was a little bar, dude. It was small. Oh no, wait, I'm wrong. That was a different show. I saw the Ataris play in Santa Maria. They played. Really? Yeah, they played at. It was called D Club at the time, or Da Club. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but the Maverick Saloon was there for a while.
Oh,
yeah, that place.
Little 510 event center?
Yeah, they used to have punk shows there. Way. I saw quite a few bands there. I saw there was an MXPX side project called Arthur. In fact, I think that was the same night they played with the Ataris, actually. But yeah, I saw a few different shows there, quite a bit. Yeah. So Out of Hand played there one time. That's the only time I ever saw Out of Hand play.
Oh, Out of Hand was, the Poggi brothers?
Yeah. Yeah,
Gray or Butch, I forget which one was in that.
Butch was the singer, and guitarist.
They played a house show at my house for my mom's 30th birthday.
Oh wow!
And we had to spend the night at my grandma's house because it was a little wild.
I bet, yeah. I can imagine.
But yeah, I listened back to that stuff recently. I was like, this was cool. I would have liked this when I was in high school, but I didn't know what my parents were listening to.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. So. All right. Well, cool, man. Well, I think we're out of time. So, unfortunately, but we will we'll chat soon, I'm sure.
Sounds good.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Talk to you later.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Incoming call from.
Hello. This is a recording of my name. My name is John Singh. I'm an Indian person, and I would like to thank you very much. Hope you have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, doing good. How's life going?
It's going all right, man. You sound like you're driving.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was supposed to be in a stop place, but I'm not yet.
Oh, it's no problem, man. You know, it adds to the authenticity of us just connecting, you know, as the day goes. So, well, cool, man. Yeah, so you're going to tell me what you think about Trump today. Do you think he's doing a good job or a bad job?
Okay. He's doing a great job. I think for once, president is doing everything that he said he was going to do. And I'm comfortable with the things that he's doing. I think a little better communication on some of the things would be comforting to people, especially the Doge stuff that he's doing.
Okay.
But overall, I think I'm really happy with what's happened. The border being shut down, and what we're doing with Ukraine and Israel, I think it's heading in the right direction.
Okay. Awesome, man. So like what's one, I know you just mentioned two things, but is there a specific thing to you that's like the thing you're most excited about?
I think the shutdown of the border was the thing that really was bothering me before. Understanding, how population movements work and what could happen to our country, which we're seeing already in countries like Sweden and England that are getting inundated with immigrants. And when you bring in too many at one time, I'm for helping people all over the world. But before we start doing that, we need to help the people in this country. We have a big homeless problem. We have a big drug addiction, youth issues, and education. As the scores just came out on education, how far down we are. So we have a lot of problems in our own country. So us sitting there sending money all over to fight somebody else's war is dangerous. So I mean, shutting down the border was a priority to me. Now we can actually control immigration and focus on the right things about immigration.
Yeah, for sure. So you mentioned the school, the education being, so terrible. The results came out. So are you in favor then of what Trump's doing with the Department of Education?
Yeah, historically, if you look at a lot of the departments that we have in the federal government, there wasn't supposed to be all these departments. It was supposed to be controlled by the states. The states have their destiny, and the population that lives in the states by their votes have their own destiny. But when the federal government comes in with the education and mandating all these things that the schools need to teach, it takes the focus away from the core items. And if it was any other company that had such a bad failure with students, with mathematics, English, they would lose their job if they were a CEO. But our education department just continues to grow. It becomes this huge thing where people with large pensions and great medical seem to have jobs making six-figure salaries. That money, all taxpayer dollars, should be going towards educating our students. Right. And if you think about it, we got all these immigrants coming in. If we had that money available, then we can extend the program out overseas to other countries. But no, right now it's being used by the federal government for all these agendas and programs.
Yeah, right. And that's kind of what DOGE is exposing, right? I mean, they're showing where all that money's going, and they're just like, wow. It's just kind of
every day they pull up something else, and it's mind-boggling. And why anybody's against cleaning up the government is a shock to me.
Yeah. Why? Okay. So why do you think that is? Why do you think so many people? Is it just because they hate Elon Musk, or do you think there's more to it?
No, there's more to it. It's a socialist agenda. It's you could call it communist. There are people that believe that the government should support the rich, people that have money. It should be taken from them, and they should support everybody else. There's a lot of that ideology of, when the Pilgrims came to the United States, or what's now the United States, the way they survived was they grew crops and things, and they traded with each other, so that someone that was a blacksmith helped with someone that was a farmer, and they exchanged. That was free trade back then. That's how far back. Just imagine if they came to our country and they told the farmer that you got to grow all the crops and give it to everybody else.
Yeah.
Would that farmer want to grow the crops? And
no.
That's what's going on right now. It's the people that don't want to work are not working, and the other people are working, and the incentive eventually will fall away, if we keep this going on.
Right. Yeah. Cool, man. I'm with you.
All right.
All right. Well, cool. You heading to work? Where are you heading, man?
No, I'm taking the wife. She's actually in the car here with me, Laura.
Oh, hi, Laura.
And we're just going to go run over to the store. She gets her Starbucks coffee in the morning.
Yeah.
It's
weird. My wife does the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is with the women in the Starbucks.
I'm the enabler. I'm the drug dealer.
Yeah.
And I'm actually taking her to her connection.
Nice. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, man.
It's away from everyone.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, cool, man. Well, thanks for talking to me for a sec, and I'll definitely be hitting you guys up on that offer. So.
All right. Thanks.
All right, man. Talk to you later. All right. Bye.
Incoming call from
Ian Bond.
Hey, what's up, man?
Nothing, dude. I didn't realize it was just a phone call.
Yeah, you should have read the instructions, my friend. I sent it all to you.
I might have, but then again, too. I mean, Zoom does them too.
Yeah, but that's a hassle. I mean, if I can just do it on here, that's a piece of cake. I can just call people's cell phone. It records while we're talking, and then it just saves to my notes, and then I can just get the audio file from there. So, all right, man. Well, cool. Let's talk Trump stuff, man. I know you're a big fan. You're one of those right wing extremists that worships the ground Trump walks on.
Here's the thing, dude. You'll never see me wear a MAGA hat. I won't even, no, I'm kind of like. But here's the thing. He's better than the alternative.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm like, am I a diehard? Hey, I'm going to go to his rallies and do all that stuff. No. Yeah. I'm not a flag waving MAGA person, but I'm more that than I am the other side.
Yeah. So you're not a big Kamala fan, is what you're trying to say?
No.
Or a Biden fan?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. But honestly, to me, the worst ones is Clinton.
Oh yeah,
it's Hillary.
Oh, Hillary.
So if we can eliminate any sort of influence from Clinton in politics, we're better off.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Biden and Harris, they had, I'm sure you've heard it referred to as like Biden's third term or something, or Obama's third term.
Right.
But it's like this dynasty. And I heard some commentators say that one time. That's the one good thing. If you take nothing else from Trump, that's the one good thing he's done, is he's a dynasty killer.
Right.
He took out the Bush dynasty, took out the Obama dynasty. He's taken all these dynasties out. And I think that's really why he's so vilified in a lot of those circles.
For sure. Yeah, he's taking.
You look at it and they just. Well, you look at it and they're just kind of like making stuff up, or even if it's like, immediately they tried to jump on the senile bandwagon, because Biden was, kind of out there. And I even forget what it was. Trump said something one time and they're like, see? He's senile. He's going to have to go. I'm just like, man, number one, Hollywood's ruined the movie industry because they just don't make any original stuff anymore.
Right.
There's like no creativity left in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And it's the same in left politics.
Right.
It's like, dude, come up with your own. That's, to me, I think if I were on the left, that's what would make me more embarrassed than anything. It's like, she was the best one we had. and they're like arguing like, well, he's out to kill the Constitution and he can't do this and he's doing this. It's like, well, wait a minute. You just circumvented this whole election thing by not even primarying, Harris.
Right.
It's like, oh, here you go, guys. Yay, let's rally behind her and this dude, Tim Walz, that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah, and then when they did hear of him, they're like, who is this goofball?
Well, yeah, and now, and now we've got Gavin Newsom and everybody, he's the front runner for 2028. It's like, dude, it's like these people don't even know what's coming down the pike for him because if J.D. Vance, DeSantis, any of these guys.
Yeah.
I
hope they do run Tim Walz in 2020. I really hope they do because he's not going anywhere, that guy.
No.
Yeah.
No. And, I don't know. I think that what happened is that the social campaign that they ran on, the trans stuff, the abortion, all of that, was so egregiously, dude, it's so evil.
Yeah.
That even the people that aren't, don't believe in God or whatever, they have some morality to them. They're like, yeah, no, we're over this.
Right.
It's sort of similar to like, was it gays against groomers? There's all these other like just regular old gay people out there going, you know what? This isn't what we envisioned for, us, and I'm like, on one hand, it's kind of like, well, I don't agree with you, but, of your lifestyle or any of that. But man, I do feel kind of bad for you because you're just lumped in with all these whack jobs now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, we're all people. We all have to get along on some level. But yeah. So you know what, man? I think that everybody that says, "Oh, is this what you voted for?" Yep, this is exactly what we voted for.
Right.
Because, Ryan, unless you were living under a rock all of 2024, he had Musk on the campaign trail with him. He had, after he announced J.D. Vance, he had Vivek. He had RFK in the Maha movement. All of these. Dude, they were all front and center campaigning with him.
Yeah.
And they're like, they talked about Doge, which that's a whole other, dude, that's so fun. That's an Obama thing. The Doge. Have you heard that?
No.
That was like an Obama.
Like he started it, you mean?
Yeah, he started that whole program under his administration. It was called something different.
Okay.
But anyway, it was like, they basically just took, something that was in place and revamped it and started it.
Wow.
And I'm sure there's a lot more to it than that, but but dude, they're out, people are going, "Oh, are you happy? Is this what you voted for?" We're like, yeah, this is what he campaigned with. We're happy.
Why can't they believe that? Like, why are they so appalled by that? It's like they're just overrun by their hatred for Trump, for Elon, for whatever the reasons are, just personality, whatever it is, that they can't even see the truth through that,
No, 100%. And I think that TDS is a real thing. Obviously, it's like, I don't know, dude, they're going to get, that's a weird phenomenon right there. But I also think that what it is that another thing that Trump has been, and his press secretary, all of these people, they've been really good at, is defending themselves against the mainstream media and that narrative.
Yeah.
So there isn't the, kumbaya, hey, everybody on the left, believes CNN. Dude, that whole side of the media is crumbling.
Right.
And people are like, well, so I think they're just doubling down where they can.
Right.
So they're using other outlets and they're using other things. But unfortunately for them, for every one outlet, left-leaning outlet they have, I bet you there's 8 or 10, like either moderate, like middle of the road, to more conservative, that are just in there going, yeah, no, what, you're lying.
Right.
You're totally lying about this. So, I don't know. I think too that I just don't, and I know we talked about this before on Bible study. I can't help but think that through, the assassination attempt, at least the one in Pennsylvania, all of that God just didn't have a hand.
Well, he had to have. He had
any of that.
Yeah, he had to.
So it's like, to what end? I don't know.
Yeah. Right. I don't
think,
go as far as saying that God voted for Trump, but I mean, obviously, for whatever reason, he, like you said, had his hand in it.
Yeah. And there's a lot of things that I disagree with as far as like the MAGA. I'm not a big fan of his Trump spiritual advisors board.
Right.
That's a whole other conversation.
All yeah, we don't have time for that, though.
and then the signed Bibles and all of this. So I do think that there is an element of unhealthy, following.
Yeah.
Within that, where they're just like, like you would have like the Never Trumpers to the always, the Ever Trumpers or whatever. To me, that's similar to like just vote blue no matter who or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like,
oh
my gosh, dude, that's
pretty
unhealthy.
I don't get it, but well, cool, man. Well, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me on that. And
you bet. Well, I didn't want to deprive your listeners and my fans.
That's right.
See, you have listeners, I have fans. It's just not fair.
That's right. What did that random person post on the message board? Something about why is Ian Bond's episode?
Hey, what's your favorite episode and why is it Ian Bond?
Yeah. I wonder who wrote that. I'm still really curious about who.
I'll never fess up to it, man.
All right, man. Well, have a good rest of your evening, and we'll talk to you Tuesday.
All right, brother. Hey, congratulations on 100, man.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Good job, man. We'll talk to you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Daniel Hamlin.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, man? You sound like you're at a party.
I am at a coffee shop right now.
Oh, really? Which one?
Yeah. I'm at Banner up in AG.
Oh, okay.
Working from here today.
You just taking your study stuff up there and just chilling, huh? All right, cool. I won't take up too much of your time.
No worries.
Told you a little bit about what I'm doing. Just kind of the 100th episode coming up, so I wanted to put out kind of a follow-up, talking to the guests from seasons 1 and 2, and just kind of seeing what's going on. So you're gonna do some music talk, share some music with me. Is this a new group you came across on the show through the show, or just in general?
No, yeah. So I think the episode's awesome and stoked. I can't believe you've done 100. That's amazing.
Dude, I can't even fathom it. That's
so cool. But yeah, I just from when I was on there in our talk, it kind of like reignited. It reminded me of a lot of the bands I used to listen to.
Oh, cool.
And as a result, I started to kind of revisit them and listen to them again.
Okay.
And so it's more along the lines of rediscovering kind of some of the bands that I'd listened to growing up, and then just for whatever reason, you stop listening to some stuff, and all of a sudden.
Well, which ones did you dive back into, man?
I do like Dogwood. And,
oh, nice.
Like Five Iron Frenzy, and some of those were just kind of such a big part of my high school years.
Yeah.
And I used to listen to them just all the time, and so they're attached to so many like good memories,
Yeah, for sure.
And then like for whatever reason, I guess musical taste sometimes shift, and I think more into kind of acoustical folky stuff. Mm-hmm. And then but yeah, from our episode, just in we were talking about some of those bands and whatnot, and I was like, oh man, I haven't listened to those in a while. And started listening to them again, and was like, "Oh, dude, I love this." It's like, like I said, there's so many memories attached with them, but then two, it's just realized, I kind of just rediscovered, like, oh, this actually is good quality music too.
That's what I was going to ask you. If like when you listen back, where you're like, oh, that's right, this is like I'm home. This is like fresh air or whatever, or if it was like. There's some groups for me I listened to back in the 90s, and I loved them. And then I put them on now, and I'm like, this is, boy, how did I ever even like this? Like, what is this garbage?
This is garbage.
Yeah. So, okay. So, but it was a pleasant experience for you.
Yeah. For me, it was more of like, obviously it's totally different style than what I would generally listen to now. Mm-hmm. But it's still, in my opinion, good music, like for that genre. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
And so and like for my high school years, it was always what I listened to going surfing, like on the way to the beach or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so I find myself doing that again now with it. Yeah. And it is definitely like a throwback. Like, oh, this is. Definitely some nostalgia attached to it, which maybe is why I've like gotten so into it recently. But
yeah. Was there a certain album that you started with, or?
No, I forget the title of it, but there's a Dogwood album that I had and I just started listening to all the songs on Spotify. All my favorite songs, Yeah.
Nice.
I just was listening to all my favorite songs.
Yeah, I mean, punk rock is obviously one of those forms of music where they're known for being so bold with their lyrics, but most of the time it's anti-government, anti a lot of stuff like that. But like that's why I said, like, Dogwood to me is like even of all the Christian punk bands, they are so bold about their faith that they're just like, they just throw it in your face, and I love that. They're just like, whatever. This is like, you don't get any more punk rock than this. I'm a Christian and I'm a punk rocker, and I'm just going to evangelize through punk rock.
Totally. Like some of their lyrics on some of their songs, that was one of the things I noticed. I was like, whoa, actually, like, I didn't realize how straightforward with the gospel they were on some of these songs. Like, I think I just listened to it in those days and just was like, oh, they're talking about God and they're punk rock, like, that's cool. But then that, like, or maybe it's our, like, kind of our cultural climate we're in right now, where it's like, like, you kind of have to be pretty sure of yourself if you're going to talk about Jesus in public, and and let alone get up on stage in front of like massive crowds and sing about it.
Right. Well, and what's interesting too is I think with Dogwood and Five Iron, they're both Christian bands that upset the Christian community at least once. Yeah, it's because their lyrics are, I mean, you got that song "Do or Die" by Dogwood, where it's like, I killed the Son of God today.
Totally.
And when you first hear that as a believer, you're like, wait, what?
What?
But then you realize what he's actually saying, and it just cuts to the heart. And then I know Five Iron had a couple songs like that too, where they were just kind of singing outside the box in a sense.
Yeah.
The normal contemporary Christian kind of lyrics,
Yeah, totally. Well, and that's part of, I think, what I like about them, because it gives a little bit of, there's like some art to it. There's poetic, like, creativity to it.
Yeah.
So I think that is part of for me, the appeal of those types of bands.
Awesome. Well, cool, man. Well, thanks for talking to me for a minute. I'll let you get back to your studying.
No worries. All right. Thanks, Ryan.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
See ya.
Incoming call from
Kathy Lambert.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I hope this works on a landline. I don't see why it wouldn't, but I mean...
I guess you won't know till later?
Yeah. Well, did you hear the little lady say this call is being recorded? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then it should be working. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't work. It's recording on my phone, so...
Okay.
Yeah, cool stuff. What's going on? What are you doing?
Good.
Just chilling?
Oh, just hanging out in the massage room.
In the massage room?
Yeah, I'm up on my table. This is where I read my Bible and I read my states books and stuff, and it's just a very peaceful room.
Oh, you're not one of those Bible reading kind of people, are you?
No, don't be ridiculous. I misspoke.
Yeah, you don't want to put that out into the world. I mean, come on. That book has been the cause of death and destruction for thousands.
I know. That's what my pastor said during his sermon this morning. He said, no person in history has ever evoked so much passion and anger or fear in just one person's name. So,
yeah,
that was interesting.
That is very, very true.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about that, are we? We're going to talk about
today.
The other name that has caused lots of division.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
See, it did tie in.
Yes. So, all right. So break it down. Trump, is he doing a good job, bad job, and why?
I think he's doing a great job.
Okay.
Why? From his first term, I wasn't crazy about him in his first term.
Okay.
Not just, I like what he did, but I didn't like what he said. And not that he's changed that much, but I've seen a change in him. Mm-hmm. So I like him better now. I think he's calmed down a lot.
Okay.
He's much more straightforward and doesn't feel the need to say all these crazy things that we remember hearing before. But I think my number one is that he closed the border without even building the wall.
Yeah.
So that is major to me. It's like I believed that there absolutely had to be a physical wall up, and if they could just build it really fast once he was elected and once his term began, just start building, like all night long, just, guys laying bricks or whatever. And it was like he didn't even need to do that.
Yeah.
So that's major to me.
Yeah.
Just the money that, not that we still need a wall, but I think the money that saved just knowing he was going to do something about people that were here illegally.
Yeah. What did they say? It wasn't like 80%. It went down 80% or something.
I think it was 90 some. I think I think the daily or the weekly, I don't know how they're counting it, border crossings are down to like double digits.
That's just crazy. So, I mean, that's crazy even especially knowing that it wasn't because of the wall. You know what I mean? Which just goes to show you that the whole time Biden was in office, had he wanted to do the same thing, he could have.
Exactly. But he blamed it on our side and said that, they stopped this from happening. And it was like, well, when you tell people you're going to deport them and you do, you don't even need to build the wall.
Right.
I mean, you have to do it. You can't just threaten it and stuff. But
yeah.
For
sure. Awesome.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled about that.
Yeah.
Also, Doge.
Okay.
I think Doge was brilliant because it's an auditing system that our government's too big. We spend so much money, it's absolutely ridiculous. And to basically hire like the great minds of right now that are looking into our books and stuff, and I'm not going to try to get into what the other side thinks of it, but it's an audit on our government, which we've needed forever.
Which people have been saying they've wanted forever. That's why I don't understand why so many people are so upset about it. It's like, hello.
Right. Obama just said it a few years ago. Obama said we need to have something like that. So, he makes this happen and people are just so mad.
Right.
And I don't want to get into that part because that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
I know none of us like it when the IRS audits our stuff. It's something everyone fears.
Yeah.
But you only fear it when you're doing something wrong.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
like, I shouldn't have taken that deduction for that thing. It's like, I shouldn't have done that. But
nobody enjoys having their hands slapped. Nobody likes that.
Exactly. But if you're doing it right in the first place, you feel like that. Go ahead. Like a cop behind you on the road. It's like, nope, my lights are working. I got my license. There's no warrants. He's just behind me. But everyone else is like, oh God, here it goes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So
what do you think about Doge?
What do I think? Oh man, I think it's pretty awesome. I think it's just, for years everybody's been saying that we need to. There's no way to fix it. There's no way to fix the government. There's no way to fix this or fix that. The only thing we can do is tear it all down and start over. Just tear it all down.
Right.
That's the only way we're going to do it. And then for the first time ever, here they are doing that. And everybody's mad and saying things like, well, it's being run by a Nazi. Look at the salute he gave. And, all this stuff, and they're letting their hatred of a man, which again, I don't understand why they hate him so much. They loved him before he was in Trump's camp, So, it's just, it's amazing to me. I love it. I think it's things need to, in some ways going to get worse before it gets better. But that's just the way things are. I mean, it's going to be hard in some ways, and change hurts sometimes. But
right, because you hear the media saying there's no payments going to 200-year-old people, and it was like, no, not to the actual person. They're dead.
Yeah,
but they're going out somewhere. Someone's intercepting these checks, a family member, a landlord, whoever, and is continuing to take these, and they're not going to say anything. Why would they?
Yeah.
So they're catching this stuff, and it's like, 120. Should we start somewhere around there? Everyone beyond that is probably not alive.
Right.
So and I know that's just a start.
Yeah, but they're just dumb enough to say things like, well, this is just ridiculous. Nobody was up. I mean, you guys really expect us to believe that 160-year-olds are getting these payments? I mean, come on. It's like, no, bozo, you missed it. Think about it some more, My gosh.
I don't know if you heard about all the hands-off hands-off protests going on around the country today?
I did, yeah.
Was it today or yesterday?
It was yesterday, yeah.
So, so all these people are saying hands off our what? Our money? Our security? Our Medicare? Whatever they're talking about. It's like he's said a million times, I'm not touching that. No president wants to touch that.
Right.
It's too much. It's too big, and everyone would hate him for it.
Yeah.
So Trump is like trying to save all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, but they can't say that because that's a good thing. So if they're gonna rail on it, they have to pick something fake and say, "Oh, he's gonna take all this away." You know, just to rally the troops.
Remember this first term? Remember his first term? People were joking. If he cured cancer, you'd still be mad at him.
Oh yeah.
It's like it doesn't matter what he does or what he says. And that's why I don't trust their side anymore.
Right.
I don't trust anything they say. It's like their hair is always on fire for everything he does, and it's like, I stopped believing you guys a long time ago. It's just like just children having a tantrum.
Yeah. Yep.
But
I'm with you.
Another thing I love is his cabinet choice.
Yes.
That was me. It's like every time you heard a new name, it's like, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love that guy or that girl or whoever. But it was
It's like
every name was.
Yeah, he literally found the best person for whatever position, and he put him.
Yes.
It's just like so awesome, and whether it's RFK with the pharma stuff or with I forgot the guy's name on the border stuff, and it's just awesome.
Homan and Higseth and just name after every name that came up was like, that's the exact right person for this job.
Yeah. Yep.
And he didn't do that the first time. He went with a lot of really strange picks.
Right.
And of course, the left thought everyone from both terms was just horrible.
Right.
The worst person ever. But the first term was like, I don't know, like his friends in show business or behind the scenes of his show. I have no idea who these people were, but this one, I think he gets it now.
Yeah.
And he made wonderful choices.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled about whatever these people are going to do in the future.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the next couple of years are going to look like. I mean, it's only been 100 days or something. So I mean,
like 70 days or something.
Yep.
And the next thing I would say was the signing the no men and women sports trans.
Oh yeah.
Sports, that he just recently signed.
Yep.
And I think that was major. That men are men and women are women, and no guys can't play on women's sports. Did you see that gal recently, the fencer that took a knee?
Yes.
It's like finally someone had to do it. And it took all of her experience and years of training and all the stuff she had to do to just kneel.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so people think that was terrible that she did. Even the guy she was going to fight was saying, they're going to black card you.
Yeah.
They're going to black card. They're on my side. It was like, stay down there, girl. Stay down there. Stay there.
Yep.
Yeah. Someone had to fall on the knife or the sword, and unfortunately it was her. But but I like the bill. I like the bill.
Yes. Very cool.
So one thing I wanted to ask you about, what do you think about the tariffs?
Okay, so I am currently looking into that more because I came to the point where I realized I don't really understand it very well.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't really have an opinion on it yet. I know people are, depending on where you look, some people are saying that the sky is falling. Other people are saying that, it's already looking better. It's already causing things to happen. Somebody who we both like, Charlie Kirk, he just tweeted out today that it's already showing that a lot of these countries that everybody's so worried about are already complying with what Trump is asking for based on the tariffs. So, I mean, it looks to me like good things are already happening, but I don't really know. Because then just a couple of days ago, people were saying, well, it's going to get bad for a while and inflation's going to happen and all this stuff's going to take place, but then it'll be better. So, I don't really know enough to really stand on anything yet. I don't even know. That's a word I just barely learned a couple months ago. So, but So Ben Shapiro's not thrilled about them. So that worries me because I trust a lot.
it's just like Trump. People seem to think we believe everything they say, and it's like, no, there's a lot of things I disagree with. What Trump says, what Ben Shapiro says, all of them. So we're not falling for everything they say. It's just like I'm concerned when Ben, who really knows his stuff, is saying that
it's very smart.
That Trump doesn't seem to understand how the numbers work, because it doesn't work. It's not straight across the board kind of thing. And there's so as he's explaining it, I'm going, this is why I flunked math.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to how that turns out. A little leery, but everyone probably is.
Yes, little what's the cautious? A little.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Exactly.
All right. Well, cool. Thanks for talking to me a little bit on a Sunday evening.
Not a problem.
You should be just relaxing and wait for an awesome day of work tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Incoming call from...
This is just incredible. Message SG21. The subscriber you're calling is not available right now.
Dude, you're so eerily good at that voice. Like it's, oh my gosh. It would be believable if I didn't already hear you say hello the first time and you let it ring more. I'd have been like, dude. So, what's up, man? What are you doing? You working?
No, I just got home.
Okay. From work?
From work.
All right. I got you at a good time then.
You did. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm just trying to do this episode, and it's kind of a bigger project than I was expecting. So
I see. I would have expected it to be a pretty big project. So if it's bigger than you expected, I can imagine.
Yeah. I wasn't. I was like, I'll just call and talk to some people. Bethany's like, babe, no, you're gonna have to like edit them and splice them all together and like do all this stuff. So, all right, well, let's talk Trump, dude. Yes or no? You think he's doing a good job or no?
I think he's doing a great job.
Oh, a great job. I think he's doing
a great job.
Wowzers. All right. Well, give me one example of the great job that he's doing.
Well, I mean, how do I sum it up?
Well, I don't know.
I think he came in the first time with a plan and how to execute it, but he was attacked. And so I think it caught him off guard.
Okay.
So he was on the defensive.
You mean his first term, you mean?
Correct.
Okay.
So I think he came back ready. Maybe, the same plan, same ideas, but he came back ready this time.
Okay.
So he came back with a methodical, concise method this time, knowing what he'd be up against. I don't think he was prepared the first time. And he's tackled a lot of these government problems, exposed a lot of government waste and spending.
With the Doge thing, you mean?
With the Doge thing. Yeah. But he's making good on his promises from this first term too. So I think he's had the same plan all along, which I agreed with then. I do now. I think he's just had to come at it a different way this time. And he's got the majority of Americans on his side now. I mean, look at the polls. He's over 80% approval rating.
Yeah, dude, it's gnarly. It's almost unbelievable.
It's what we wanted all along, but he was so bombarded the first time that he came back, and that's what impresses me the most. Is not his agenda, which I agreed with before. I think it's the same now, but that he came back with a concise, methodical method of actually achieving it this time. He said, "Okay, I had a hurdle last time. It stumbled me. Let's go it again."
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's a good observation, is that he had the first term and he had a lot of ideas, but he kept getting shot down and attacked and everything else. And then he has 4 years to think about it and watch what Biden's doing. And then, it comes back with a vengeance in a sense. Like he already knows what the attacks are going to be. He already knows, and you even listen to him in interviews, in debates. He's much different than he was the first term.
Yes.
So
I agree. He's not running off of the mouth like he was.
Right. He still does, but not nowhere near the way he did the first term. So
right. He's aware that he does it now, and he's on a wrap.
Yeah, for sure. Man, it's just I look at just looking at everybody's in the cabinet, and it's the things that are. You got all these things happening with Doge, and you got RFK Jr. coming on the the big pharma side of things, which that's going to be something that's needed to happen. Right. I mean, I look at it like everybody for years have been saying, well, there's no fixing the government. You have to tear it down and start over. That's the only way to fix it. Just tear it down and start over. And I'm kind of like, that's kind of what he's doing.
Exactly. That's exactly. Okay. He said, okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, he's got the means to do it. So
just like Musk is like, you know what? We should probably just reland the rockets. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Well, we got to tear down government. Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
Right. So since you feel the way you do so strongly, why do you think there's people that feel the exact opposite as you?
That to me is the mind-boggling fact, and I have discussions with people often.
Okay.
And they are so polarized, and they can't believe that I think the other way.
Right.
So we both have our polarized belief systems and what we think is true and right, lined up with I believe our morals and our mindsets.
Mm-hmm.
But what I have found more often than not is that the left is so sensationalized by the media and what they're told. Because the people I discuss with, I show them facts. I actually give them facts, which they can never do in reverse.
Yes.
They cannot present me with facts to support their opinion. They saw a meme on Facebook, so this has got to be true.
Right.
And so I hate to use the word brainwash because that's the way they think we are.
Right.
But, there's people who follow their emotions and people who follow fact.
Yeah.
And it's been well said, not by me, but I've repeated it many times, is liberals feel, conservatives think.
Right.
And that's the ongoing battle. So they're going to feel a certain way about something.
Yeah.
They're not going to see the facts because they don't have any facts to back it up.
Yeah. Which doesn't seem to bother them. And that's the part, I guess, because I'm right leaning minded, but I can't even imagine living that way.
I can't either, because if I look at the facts of anything, I'm going to say, oh, I'm wrong.
Right. And it doesn't mean you don't, because I have feelings, I have emotions. I know when I'm being emotional and my feelings are playing a part and stuff. But if there's a fact that comes in and it goes against my feelings, I'm taking the fact.
Correct.
Like there's no other way for me to live. I can't even imagine anything other than that. So yet that other side tends to do exactly the opposite. So it's just, it's crazy, man. But it looks like we're doing good so far.
We're living in the real world version of the Family Ties TV show. Remember that?
Yeah.
Michael J. Fox was a Republican and his parents were the hippies.
Yes. He'd carry around a picture of Ronald Reagan with him everywhere he went. I loved it. So good, man. Oh my gosh. So, all right, man. Well, cool. I'll let you get back to enjoying your time on the couch now that you're off work. I assume you're going to relax.
I'm going to relax. Take my boots off and do that.
There you go, man. All right.
All right, buddy.
All right,
bud.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right.
All right, bye.
Incoming call from
Danny McFarland.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, thanks for calling me.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Dork. What's going on? What are you doing?
Just putting some hours in on the weekend. I lost my laptop this week, so I'm trying to make up some time, and we're leaving in a week, or like a week and a half. So
where are you going?
I'm going to go to that little island off there in the ocean that's half burnt. I'm going to go to Hawaii for a few days.
That's weird. I don't remember getting. I don't remember getting the invite for that.
Yeah, that's a ticket for two there.
Okay, I see how it is.
No, it was. I'm turning 50 this year, right?
Yeah, I know. I know all about it. I know because
I know you do.
I know that you are because I'm not. So that's how I remember. But all I got to do is blink a few times, and then I'm going to be there too. So
and then you'll be there.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Well, I told you a little bit about what I'm doing. 100th episode coming up. Just wanted to kind of touch base with guests from the first two seasons and kind of find out what's going on in your life, certain things. And so you're going to talk about your some of the spiritual growth that you've
spiritual walk there.
Yeah.
So, as you know, I deal with anxiety, and I'm also a fixer. So that kind of goes hand in hand to ramp those things up. But, giving stuff to God, giving your worries or your problems and saying it and doing it and actually believing it, there's a whole bunch of variables there that you kind of battle with depending on the situation.
Yeah.
And so, so over the years, or I'd say probably the last 2 or 3 years, the things that are really challenging in my life, I would give to God, but then, I kind of hold back and still, try to control things in my own way, or solve things my own way. But I'd probably say for the last year or year and a half, since anxiety ramped up in me pretty good,
right?
Mainly with health, like little health things, which were all nothing, by the way.
What do you mean?
Which is funny. Which is funny. I mean, there really was. Yeah, right. Exactly. And so I don't like the thoughts that come in your, random thoughts that come in your head, especially about, aches and pains or, what's going on with people you love. Or,
right.
So I really believe that, to grow your relationship with God, you really need to give things to him as much as you can, you know?
Right.
And so I've just been leaning on him on a lot of things, especially with my wife's health issues and just everything, and even just random thoughts that come in my head. And I'm noticing, like, I'm not having the fear that would normally consume me. And so, and this isn't just one time or 2 times. It's going on quite a bit of, time that's passed now. And so I'm really believing in this, I'm really growing, I feel like, in my relationship with him to actually give him everything that I would worry about, or, that would normally send me down a pretty bad rabbit hole.
Right.
I don't feel the same as I did before. Okay. Even when the bad thoughts come into my head, or something that could be, even a physical thing in my body that could be health concerning, I'm not reacting the same that I normally do.
Yeah.
And so I'm contributing that to him, to God, and his change in me, because, otherwise, who else am I going to say, or what am I going to give it credit to? I could give credit to myself and say, yeah, I did that mentally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or I can choose to give it to him and just keep going down that route. So, it's
well, do you feel like there's anything that you have done, like, consciously to come to that place, or did it just come out of nowhere? All of a sudden, you just stopped worrying about things.
I think it's, I don't think it happened overnight. But I do think that it was a slower process, because I don't think I was fully maybe giving things to him. I was still, your brain is pretty powerful, and it does all types. It throws random thoughts in there all the time.
Yeah,
it's constantly trying to distract you, mentally. And so I don't know. Maybe I've just focused on him a little more. And just, I don't know if it started off with just not caring, trying not to care. I'm not going to care. Because if I care, then it throws my thoughts all everywhere. So.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just seeing how important it is, and when you read scripture, how important it is to give your worries to him. Right? He's clear. He's really clear on that.
Yep.
And so I'm just trying. I'm trying to do that, and I feel like it's the results I'm seeing is it seems to be working. Even when with my wife's health concerns, and I'm in the moment where it's all or nothing right now. You could lose her in a sense.
Yeah.
And I'm okay. Well, that's not me. I haven't been that way before, a year ago. I tend to really, kind of get ramped up and freak out and, start thinking all the bad thoughts. But in that moment, I just took a deep breath. I prayed, and I said, hey, just help us get through this, and whatever your will is, I'll take that. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's kind of the mentality I've had even with praying. I don't necessarily pray for stuff or what I want. I leave it simple. Hey, I'm in a moment, whatever you need me to go through, whether it's good or bad. That's the whole thing, is like I'm really firm on like, you ask God for something, you're either going to get what you think you want, or you're going to get what you think is bad. You know what I mean? But in his eyes, it's all the same thing.
Right.
And so, I really tried to like turn my focus on that, because I feel like a lot of people, things I hear or other people, like they think, hey, I'm praying for something that, and God didn't give it to me. But you may not see that gift or whatever he's doing in your life till years later, after you thought you didn't get something. You know what I mean? You can't see that big picture, because we're not, it's too hard for us to mentally figure all that out.
Well, sometimes the best thing for you is that you don't get that thing that you're asking for.
Right. It is. Right? But you wouldn't know that.
No, but he knows that.
Situation, but he knows that. Right. So, it's still like, for me, death is the biggest one. Yeah. Losing a family member or myself dying, like those are things I think I can't handle.
Yeah.
And, definitely not without him. I don't know how people do it without him.
Right.
It's still mind boggling to me. Like I try to think like, man, what if I didn't have something to lean on? Yeah. What am I going to do? You know what I mean? So anyways, but so I just think, it stands out in scripture now every time I catch a verse that's talking about, give it to him or lean on me or, stuff like
lean
that.
On me.
Yeah. No,
sorry. I had to say it,
No, yes. So that's kind of been a good focus. I got back into the Bible studies with you. And so, I've enjoyed that.
Yeah. Well, now we know you're actually saved since you're back in the Bible studies. So
right. Well, I guess. Well, yeah. But clearly, that's what you need.
That's right. That says in the Bible, join this Bible study and you will be saved. I think it says that in there.
Right. I've also, there was a study going on at church, and so I kind of, jumped in on that study to try to just get myself more committed to being in the Word.
Yeah.
They kind of like, I'm not going to let you. It's kind of like a battle in myself. I'm saying, hey, you need this, but your flesh is saying no, and you want to do the other things. And this is a constant battle forever.
Yeah.
And so
I think it's a constant battle for most of us. I mean, our flesh is so powerful in what it wants that it's much easier to give into our flesh than it is to give into the spirit.
Correct. So absolutely. So anyways, so that's kind of like my new walk stuff.
Cool.
So man. Yeah, so I'm doing that study at church. It's the book seems good so far. It's called Rooted. But we're only on to week 3, so I haven't dug much more into it.
Week 4 is always the doozy. When you get to week 4, that's where stuff really gets crazy.
Yeah.
So
yeah, totally. So but yeah, so that's kind of what's
cool, man.
There's been some trials. It's been a trying year so far for our family.
Yeah.
And so I'm just learning to lean on him and it seems to be working. So
it's great, man.
But
hopefully some of that will rub off on me, because I could use some of that.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know. I'm not one to, a lot of people like proof to see things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And so for me, I feel like, I hate that, feel.
Yeah.
Such a touchy word. So something seems to be working. So
yeah. Cool, man.
So that's me with that. So
all right, dude. Hey, that's good to hear.
But are we going to do another topic too? Or?
No, that's it, dude. Your time has expired, my friend.
Oh. I just get to talk about God. That's it. Oh man,
no, that's all anybody gets is just one thing. It's supposed 5 to 10 minutes. That's all it is. So.
Oh, well, I guess we should have done an episode then.
Yeah. Well, we could. I mean, like I said,
I was ready to go, but I'm done. Okay.
All right, man. Cool. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. We'll talk at you later.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, man. You too. Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from...
Oh, just some guy who's trying really hard.
What is up, my friend?
How have you been doing?
I'm all right, man. Got them groceries put away, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Nice. Is that kind of like your job usually with the grocery shopping, or is that you guys switch off?
No, that's mostly me. But I was out and about because my mailbox rotted and fell down, and I needed to get a new post, and I'm really not looking forward to digging.
Okay. You could have just used the female box. I mean, that's all equality these days. So, I mean, if your mailbox stops working, you can switch over to the female box.
Yeah, I'll try that out and let you know how it goes.
It's only a matter of time. Well, I guess maybe not, because we are kind of shifting a little bit. But there was a time where I would have said it's only a matter of time before we have to start calling it that as well, you know?
Well, they renamed the Washington Redskins to the Commanders, but I bet the lady that came up with that idea probably painted her house Navajo white.
Probably. But she won't call it Navajo white. She'll call it, honky white or something, because that's okay to say. See? But not Navajo white. All right, man. So what's going on? You're going to tell me about what you think of Trump. What are you thinking so far? We're about almost 3 months in, a little bit over 3 months in. You gotta.
In 3 months, I feel like he's already accomplished more than I'd say about 4 years of nothing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. But I mean, are there things that he's accomplished that you are like yes, or you're like, oh crap?
No, well, all crap, but way to go. I mean, calling out other world leaders on their BS. Come on.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
And I know he probably caught a lot of hate from it. And, I don't watch the news, but
yeah,
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, you should, man. There's some pretty funny stuff going on in the news these days.
Well, I figure I get it through the form of TikToks that my wife sends me from time to time.
Oh, there you go. That's the best form of news is TikTok. That's where all the hipsters get it these days. So,
not a hipster.
You're not. Oh, I thought you were, man. So, is there a specific thing that Trump has done in the last 3 months that you are really excited about, or really not excited about, or like what's something that you really see as a serious thing?
Well, I'm not a big fan of the tariffs, but it's maybe because I really don't understand the underlying cause. I don't like to see cost of things that I have to buy go up. So
right, yeah. And you think is that happening with the tariff? Like when we put tariffs on other countries, does that mean that I don't really understand the whole system either, to be honest with you, but does that mean like our prices are going to go up?
That was kind of the understanding that I got from some of my coworkers, although I haven't really experienced it yet. If the threat is there that something's going to cost me more, obviously I'm not going to like it.
Right.
I do like that some stocks that I watch are doing very well these days.
Okay.
I also appreciate, the main one was calling out, what's his face? The Ukraine guy. See, I don't even know his name.
Oh, Zelensky.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty brash, but needed to happen.
Okay. Yeah. It seems like people are kind of on one side of the fence or the other with that. Like people are saying, oh, it was so mean. Trump was so mean to him. And others were like, boy, about time somebody finally put that whiner in his place, The
other one that doesn't really, it's a great thing, but I haven't noticed, but I have a friend in CSI who loves it, is getting rid of illegal criminals because she is tired of processing unnecessary crimes.
Oh, interesting.
Violent crimes.
Okay. That's interesting to have some from somebody on the inside that's actually dealing with that. So she's a big fan. Yeah, you can't mention names, but what you can do is ask her if she wants to come on the show, because that'd be awesome.
Certainly could be that. She's roughly around our age.
Well, there you go. See? Yeah. Shoot it out to her. See what she says. Tell her about how much fun you had, and then maybe you can sway her over. But to see the idea of the deportations and a lot of people are upset about it, obviously, but it seems to me anyway, from what I'm seeing, and again, I don't know everything, but it seems like it's more with the criminals, the people that are causing issues in society. It's not like they're going to some nice family and breaking in the doors and be like, oh, we're sending you back,
I haven't seen any evidence of that, nor have I heard any evidence of that, but I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
I think they're just blowing smoke.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, because I see that a lot on the Facebook pages that I which I probably shouldn't be a part of, but it's the cheese page or whatever they put all the all the gossipy stuff in the town. But I mean, they've been posting on there since Trump came into office. Oh, ICE is rounding up people in the strawberry fields and the whatever, and it's like someone else will get on there and be like, no, my dad works in that exact field that you guys just posted, and that's not happening.
Yeah, exactly. One of my best friends, he's Mexican. He was born here, but his parents weren't. And he's a huge fan. And he's like, I got an uncle that can bounce, but I'm pretty sure the rest of my family's good.
Yeah. See, and that's and the question I always come to with that kind of stuff is like, what is the good behind doing that? Like, I mean, I guess maybe their motive is like, oh, we got to make everybody hate Trump and make it seem like Trump's doing these terrible things. But to what cost? Like, all you're going to do is scare people that don't need to be scared. You know what I mean?
Hasn't that been narrative for about 8 years now? We're going to say things about this guy. We're going to call him worse than Hitler, which I don't even know what that means. So,
right. Yeah. Well, because, Trump has killed like 8 million people. So, I mean, obviously he's right up there with Hitler,
Were they all Jews?
Yeah, all of them. Well, most of them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's evidence, then I would love to see it, and then I will get on that bandwagon. But until then, I'm tired of paying so much for eggs.
Yeah, that's exactly. See, and that's the things that matter, right? To most of us, just average Joe Schmo guys, we're like, we want our gas prices to be lower. We want our, we don't have to pay like $5 an egg, it's just, So I guess we'll kind of see in the next couple of years. I mean, like you said, the kickstart already just within 3 months, being the first time I've ever seen in my lifetime a president that's actually acting on most of the things that he said from the get-go. And not only that, but acting on them so early. It makes you wonder, like, what's it going to look like a year from now?
Oh man, dude, let's talk about it a year from now.
Yeah, we should do another follow-up.
I'm kind of a passive big fan of Kash Patel.
Going
to do some damage.
Yes.
And by damage, I mean shut down the deep state. I know he can't, but at least hurt them.
Oh yeah. That guy's awesome, dude. I really, I like most of the people that Trump's putting in there, to be honest with you.
He did it right this time.
Yeah. And what I keep saying too is, like, people always say, well, we need to start over. We need to tear everything down and start over. And I'm like, for the first time in ever, this is actually what's happening. It seems like they're tearing everything down and starting over, whether it's RFK with the big pharma stuff, or it's, Kash Patel, or it's, the deportation, like immigration stuff, whatever. Right. It's like, but yet people are so upset about it.
I had an engineer colleague about a decade ago tell me, he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't like this. It's not working. And he said, sometimes when something doesn't work, tear it all down and build it from scratch.
Yes.
Right. He was right.
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes that's all you can do. And that's the only thing that's going to work. So it's kind of cool to see somebody actually doing it, but so, all right, man.
He said he was going to do something and stuck to his word. I will leave you with this.
Yes.
I know you have only so much time.
Yes. Go for it.
The morning after the election, when my wife said, "Hey, we won."
Yeah.
Just like that, I started feeling safe again.
Yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. I think a lot of people felt that way, and I think it's interesting because you talk about freedom of speech and all this kind of stuff. And I think for years people were scared to even say what they thought about stuff. And I feel like since the election, there seems to be a more openness now, with people being more willing to say, oh yeah, I voted for him. Here's why. Even people that might have voted for Biden 4 years ago, they're like, no, I voted for Trump and here's why. To where before people that voted for Trump were like hiding. They didn't want to say anything, So yeah, I definitely feel it, man. I understand that completely. So just to feel more secure and safe. So, cool, man. All right. Well, hey, I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me.
Okay. Anytime.
And we gotta hang out soon. So
will do.
Yep. All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
Take it easy.
All right. Bye.
Incoming call from
Danny Dearborn.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How about you? You working today? No, it's Saturday. What are you doing?
There is Saturday school today. Yes, it just ended.
Saturday school?
It's for extra credit for some students that choose to.
Oh man, you got a lot of people doing that?
7.
Okay, that's the number of perfection.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It was nice. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. All right. Well, I kind of explained to you what's going on. 100th episode coming up. So just wanted to get in touch with previous guests and kind of get some takes on where you're at with certain things. So you're gonna tell me whether you think Trump is doing a good job or not in the first about 90 days or so at this point.
Yeah. And when does my 10 minutes begin? Has it?
It has begun, my friend.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you so much for the prompt and the opportunity to speak. And I have, as you perhaps see before you, and you can send this to your listeners if you want to later, although we can talk through it.
Yeah.
Downloaded from Wikipedia. From what I can see, unbiased bullet points of dates and events of things that Donald Trump has done since Inauguration Day on January 20th up until a few days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what I have done is I have gone through and highlighted not all, but many of those bullet points, and I've labeled them green if I think that they are good, yellow if I'm relatively indifferent or skeptical or want to learn more, and then red if I think that that is a bad thing.
Okay.
And so I have highlighted 66 bullet points, 43 of which I think he did, quote unquote, a good thing, 11 of which I think he did a red bad thing. And so I've given Donald Trump a rating of 65% good, based on my opinion of what I see as good.
Wow.
And so we can go through these, and I will tell you why I think they are good or not good.
Okay. Well, for time constraint, maybe pick your 3 favorites.
Well, actually, I think that I can go through more than 3, but
let's hit it.
If you don't mind, I'll just go through them in chronological order.
Go for it, man. Let's hit it.
Okay. So on January 20th, at the top one, Donald Trump took an oath of office. I label that as green because I think that it is a good thing to take a promise, just like a marriage vow or an oath.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Next one, President Trump formally pardons 1,500 defendants who had been criminally charged of involvement of the 2021 Capitol attack.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I'm relatively indifferent, although I think that that's good because those guys should be able to stand a trial and be freed from their captivity.
Okay.
Also on his inauguration day, Trump signed 26 executive orders. I labeled that as red, bad, because I think that the presidency or the executive office has gotten a little bit too monarchy, and this sort of like fad of executive orders has gotten out of control, and it's almost like a king that is not doing the 3 there's no checks and balances to that. Okay. But Biden did it before him, and so he's just trying to get things done, but it's unfortunate that it's come to that, I think.
Okay.
Also on the first day, he relabeled the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. And I think that that's kind of retaliation for the left, who's relabeled a lot of monuments from into what they think should be. Usually they relabel things to indigenous people groups or Marxist leaders and things like that. So I think he's just kind of retaliating. And he's just saying, well, if you can relabel things, I can relabel things too.
Right.
And so I labeled that as yellow. Also, his first day, he revoked the security clearance of 50 people, including former national security, etc. John Bolton. Yeah, if you're not going to work there anymore, I don't think that you should have a security clearance. So I think that that's green and good.
Right. Yeah.
I'll go down to January 21st. The next day, President Trump and President Vance attend the inaugural prayer service at the National Cathedral. I said that's green. That's good for our leaders to get involved in faith.
Yeah.
Red, bad. President Trump announces Stargate, a new AI infrastructure company expected to invest up to $5 billion in the sector. It just kind of seems sus.
500 billion, it says. 500
500 billion.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah, it just seems like the end of the world or something like that. I don't know. It's called Stargate. It seems like a Terminator movie, so I was kind of like suspicious of that.
Yep.
Let's see here. We'll go on to January 22nd, the next day. Here's a green one. President Trump has a phone call with Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I think it's very good for Trump to get involved in world affairs, and he's doing a good job being aggressive in global politics. Next day, January 23rd. I have an indifferent on President Trump speaks at a viral event at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. These are the suspicious, bizarre people that want you to own nothing. And so I'm wondering if he's promoting them or not. So I labeled that as yellow. I don't really know what to think about that.
Okay.
But I do have a green right under that. President Trump signs an executive order to declassify John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. assassinations. I like free speech and our ability to get a hold of documents, so I labeled that as green.
Nice.
Same day, January 23rd, here's a green. High-profile ICE deportations occur in Boston, Denver, Philadelphia, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's good. If people are from other countries and they are committing crimes, they should go back to their home country. Next day, January 24th, President Trump reinstates the Mexico City policy. That's extra green. I'm pro-life, and so I think that we shouldn't be funding abortions in other countries or ours.
Okay.
So I'm glad that he revoked that. And there's links if people want to find out more about those particular things.
That's fighting words right there, man, for a lot of people. You just just made some enemies with that statement.
No. to everybody that's alive and wants to stay alive, they actually are in favor of that. They actually like life a lot.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, and then I have green. Also, someday Canada should become the 51st state. This is kind of ironic, and I said it's green, good. Isn't it ironic and interesting that the left really wants open borders to people to come into the country and America to be a sanctuary place where people can come and find refuge? And here's Donald Trump saying really literally millions of people can come and be a part of our country and their land. And there's no more open borders than expanding your borders, right?
Right.
And so I just think it's kind of ironic that he's like, well, you can't come into the country illegally, but you can become a part of America. So I thought that was kind of pretty good.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be, right? That's the design.
Yeah. So let's see. My clock says I have another minute and a half.
All right.
I'll scroll down to more of my greens. January 27th. President Trump signs an executive order to ending diversity programs in the nation's military. Yeah. If you want to fire a gun, we don't care what your ethnicity is or your sexual identity.
Right.
Also, same day, President Trump signs an executive order reinstating service members who refuse to take COVID-19 vaccinations. That's good. All of those troops that got laid off because they didn't want to take the shot, now they're getting their back pay. And also same day, President Trump signs an executive order to develop the Iron Dome for America. So that's military defense. And let's see, 30 seconds left. I'll do one more.
I love it.
Well, I do want to talk about how he reinstated, what is his name? Kennedy to oversee health.
Yes.
And so I appreciate that for everybody that doesn't like yellow 40 and red 2020, whatever, all of those terrible things in food.
Yeah.
I'm glad that gentleman is now going to oversee FDA and health policies so that food can be a little bit healthier for our children.
For sure, man.
And so, I could keep talking, but again, I said that 43, I highlighted 43 greens, 11 red. So he has made 65% good decisions. There are a couple of things that I think are a little dicey and he's just doing to stick it to the other side, so to speak.
Sure.
And I think that's a little bit prideful, but I appreciate the things that he's done, and he's done a lot.
Yeah. Cool, man. Yeah. So thanks, man. I appreciate you taking time out of your Saturday, even during Saturday school, to hang out with me. That means a lot, man.
Sure. Have a good day.
All right, man. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Mama, Mommy, Hamilton.
Hey.
Hello.
How is it going?
It is going.
It's going somewhere.
Yeah. I just last night drove back from Oklahoma right kind of before the giant storm hit. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, a little bit of hail, lots of rain, a little bit of panicking internally, but we're fine. We're home and we're safe. So.
That's the worst storm I ever drove through was in Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
It was bad. Like because my night vision is not very good as it is. And I literally had to pull, and they were doing like construction. And so they had those those orange drums that were like leading everywhere. And I'm driving like 20 miles an hour because it's raining so hard I can't see. And people behind me are all mad because they live there and they know what they're doing.
Right.
And, I eventually had to pull over and let Bethany take over because it was like, it was gnarly. It was really, really scary. But yeah. So
absolutely. Yeah. I got it behind a big rig. I was like, as long as they're going, I'm going. Just
there you go. See, I wish I would have had a big rig in front of me. That would have made it a lot better. So, well, I'm glad you made it through all that. So
yeah, thank you.
It's fun stuff, but that's why we still live where we do. Part of it, anyway.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of good reasons
like,
to leave
God is good. I'm still alive. Let's go.
Exactly. So, all right. Well, cool. So, 100th episode. You're gonna. We're doing music.
Yeah.
Right. You got some stuff that you've discovered since your episode, or.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, like March 12th was my birthday, and you released an episode with the lady from Hawaii.
Hayla.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, and King's Kaleidoscope was mentioned and things. I kind of already had found them. And Josh Garrels was in there too.
Oh, yeah.
And never heard of him. So kind of looked up that, and I kind of really just got introduced in that moment to like the indie Christian music that's out there.
Okay.
And it just spoke to my soul. I started listening to some of that. Like Jervis Campbell was one of them that I found at that point. Josh Garrel's Steadfast has just been on repeat now in my car.
Yeah. That guy's amazing.
And so I was like, wow, this is the music I've been missing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Apparently Christian indie is what I needed.
Yeah.
So.
There you go. Who was the first guy you mentioned? I don't think I've heard of him.
King's Kaleidoscope.
Oh, no, I know King's Kaleidoscope, but
Jervis Campbell.
Jarvis?
Jervis.
Oh, Jervis. Okay. I was like, Jarvis, like Iron Man?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
So he's in, it's just, Spotify has now made a playlist for me.
Oh, okay.
Of just kind of indie kind of groups. The Grey Haven is another one that
That's a group?
Yeah. So that's a group. And I actually pointed Weston Scott towards them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I know on his episode he was talking about how he liked just like music that told stories. And their album, like from beginning to end, is just like the story of like God's redemption of the earth. It's beautiful.
Oh, I love that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's so gorgeous, and there's just some songs that are like, oh. So yeah,
very cool.
Just yeah, so it's been a really neat little adventure.
Yeah, yeah. And have you, as far as Josh Garrels, have you listened to a majority of his catalog at this point, or not yet?
No. I kind of looked up some of the basic songs, and then kind of went and branched from there. So I was like, oh, this is a genre that I had hoped had existed.
Okay.
And apparently it does exist now.
Yeah.
So like now it's time to just
for sure
kind of dive in.
Yeah, because he is so diverse. Like the styles, like he has like songs where he's rapping, and then he's got songs where he's like full on blues kind of stuff, and then just so it's really cool. Like every album is different, and I really like that about him. So I found him on. Do you remember Noise Trade?
No.
It's like I don't know what you call it. I guess it's obviously some kind of company, but they would basically artists that wanted their music out there, but it was for free. It was always free.
Okay.
Like they would just because they wanted to be heard, basically. And
so it's a little like SoundCloudy.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Something similar, and they would put that out, and I don't know how I think Bethany was doing. I don't know if you remember back when she was promoting concerts and stuff back in the day, but she was working with another guy from St. Louis, and they brought like Cutlass and some of those big bands to the area. But she was working with him, and I think that's how I got the Noise Trade on that like on their email list or something. And the one day this saying is like, oh, Josh Garrels' new album is free or whatever. It's like, oh, free, that's a good price. And I had never heard of the guy, and I put it in. I was like, dude, this is really cool. And that particular album was like, there was no rap on it, no nothing. So then when I started to listen to his other stuff, I'm going, oh my gosh, this guy's diverse. So really, really cool. But one more time, what was the one the one that told the story of the
Grey Havens?
The Grey Havens.
I think it's an S. Okay. And I don't remember if it's EY or AY.
Okay.
So it's either the Grey Haven or the Grey Havens.
Okay. It should be EY, because EY is the proper spelling. So
well, Grey EY is English and Grey AY is American.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. We named when Asher's middle name is Gray, as you know, but it's GREY just because.
Yeah.
That looks cooler to me. I don't know why. Yeah. Maybe it's because I'm American. I've seen the AY so much more, and
exactly. You're like common, AY looks boring. EY is fancy.
Right. Exactly. So, all right. Well, cool. I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks. It's always exciting to me when people hear something on the podcast and then they go check it out and they like it.
Yes, exactly.
It's really, really cool when people share that with me. So I appreciate that. So
absolutely.
But yeah, I'm going to check out the ones you told me, because I haven't heard of most of those other than Josh Garrels and So all right, cool. Well, you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll talk later.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Tony Quintanar.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good, man. Are you just getting up or what?
No, I was up. I was just laying down, just being a bum.
You're just, what does our parents always used to say? Resting our eyes.
That's it.
Are you sleeping? No, I'm just resting my eyes,
Yeah, I got some pretty good sleep today. I went to bed around 12:30, but I slept like at least 8 hours straight, and that's phenomenal for me if I do that.
12:30.
Usually it's about average, maybe 7 hours a day, 6.5 hours a day.
Yeah, that's about what I get, about 6.5. So I feel better that way. If I get more than that, I feel tired. I don't know.
Well, it's only good if you can sleep undisturbed. If you can sleep that 6.5 hours undisturbed, like when you just wake up 6 hours later, then that's great. If not, if you're waking up a few times, 3 times, then you're like, not so great.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, cool, man. Well, I told you a little bit about, what I'm doing, 100th episode coming up. So I just wanted to kind of, hear from some of the previous guests and find out what's going on with you guys. And so you're going to tell me what you think about Mr. Trump and how he's doing so far. Yes or no? Do you approve of his how he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do.
All right.
I do. I do. I would say I approve everything. A lot of stuff I see like different. I'm like, okay. And I think that maybe I'm trying to remember, but there was a couple, maybe 1 or 2 things I was kind of like a head scratch. Like, really? But for the most part, I think I'm saying he's trying to, stick to what he said he was going to try to accomplish.
Right.
He's going as fast as he can. I think the guy's got 1 more term left, and I think he's just going to go warp speed. I think it's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, he already is. What has he been in for 3 months now? If even that.
Yeah. I think they said just over 100 days.
Yeah,
maybe 3 months. So yeah,
crazy, dude. Yeah,
amazing.
So is there like a specific? I know there's probably lots of them you could mention, but is there like one that you're most excited about that he's doing that you're like, oh man, yes, finally?
Let's see. I would think, gosh, you know what? I would say, you know what? One that stands out is males in women's sports.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Protecting the division, the divide that's meant for a reason, a very, very, very physically protective reason for men and women in sports. I get it, and when I saw him signing it, the executive order or into law and whatever it was, and I was like, that's just awesome, because you hear about the injuries, you read about the injuries, girls getting concussions, being out like now they can't, one's like disabled. It's volleyball, and some boy that basically said, no, I identify as a girl. I'm changing the way I look, and now I'm playing basketball. But they're dominant. They still have the full strength of a man, and hits the volleyball, hits her in the head, which has happened in volleyball, but it hit her with so much more force.
Yeah.
She's like disabled.
Yeah, I saw that story. It was like a spike, right?
Yeah, I think she got brain damage.
Yeah,
so it's like
gnarly.
All those things. And then I think San Jose State University, right locally, and I was in California. There's a guy that's basically dresses like a woman, or just like tries to make the appearance and that made themselves look like a woman.
Yeah,
and plays basketball. And there's a whole bunch of teams, the NCAA Division I, that say nope, we'll rather forfeit. And so to see that happening with Trump doing this kind of thing, I would think it's amazing, because you know what? I'm like, you know what? It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
And,
I feel like most of the country has felt that way, even the whole 4 years of Biden, but it just seems like nobody had the stones to say, no, this is not okay. Let's put a stop to this. I think because even the people that believed it was wrong for the men and women's sports, they were too scared to, they're scared of the mob or whatever they were scared of, getting canceled. And then it takes Trump to come in and be like, nope, we're not doing this anymore. It's like, it's pretty gnarly.
It is pretty gnarly. You know what? And just like people are scared. Like people are scared of going forward, because of the cancel culture. You know what? I would say for years, as far as political party is concerned, the Democratic Party has always been the party. They used to become the top party of tolerance for so many decades.
Yeah.
But they're not tolerant. But they've shown that. And some people aren't, don't sign when they click their box or wherever for voting, they don't put Democrat, they might independent, whatever it is. But so many people, millions of people lean in that direction and carry the same beliefs, the same passions. So you get canceled out, and nobody tolerates anything anymore. And it's pretty crazy. But yeah, I'm like, you know what? I'm glad he did it. I'm glad he did what he did. I'm saying somebody needed to do it. I was hopeful that he would be president again, just because what we saw the last 4 years was really horrible. And I told my wife a couple of years ago, you know what? Even people that voted for the Democratic Party nominee, Biden, they're going to get so fed up, and their pocketbooks and their bank accounts and their retirements are going to be hit so hard.
Right.
That this is not going to be, the Republicans are suffering. No, everybody's going to be suffering.
Right.
The people are going to get fed up, and people are going to change their vote. They'll be Democrats. They'll be Democratic voters, but they're going to either, pencil in Trump or write him in or change their affiliation or whatever. And you know what? And when you saw California, what they did with with the whole repeal of the AB 109, early release, decriminalizing felonies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And over 70% of Californians voted to repeal that.
Yeah.
After all the crime was going on, that tells you that there's a huge political shift even among Democratic voters. Because 70%, I'm saying the majority in California, they say technically is Democrat voters.
Right.
So for 70% to turn out like that, that means it was Democratic voters.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like one of the biggest shifts, I think, definitely that I've seen since I started following politics, which isn't very long, but I mean, people that have been following politics for 50, 60 years even are saying this is one of the biggest like shifts and I think it's a big part of exactly what you were saying. It's like, everybody's like, oh, we hate Trump. He's mean. We don't like him. He's a big, nasty man. But then they have 4 years of Biden and they're like, this kind of sucks. It's like,
they're all politicians.
Right.
I'm saying Trump is obviously had to learn how to learn politics. He wasn't much of a politician, but I'm like, my dad used to tell me when I voted, the Democratic Party was, back then was more of a traditional values. So you could, if they traditionally, I told my dad when I first started voting, Dad, when I was 18, 19 years old, whatever it was, like, Dad, I don't know what to do. I mean, who should I vote for? They both sound good.
Yeah.
They both, you make a list, they're very close aligned, except their geopolitics or their their international type of politics is a lot different. But I think, well, son, you got to pick the lesser evil.
Right.
That's what he said. You got to pick what the most person closely aligns to your morals, your values. Now, some people say, "Well, I'm not going to vote for nobody," but then you don't really, then you don't get to complain. And so,
right,
But
man, what a change though, because like, when's the last time anybody's be able to say what you just said? Boy, I'm listening to both candidates, and boy, they both seem really good. Right. Nobody's said that in forever. It's always like, oh, I think this guy's pretty good and this guy's terrible, or vice versa. It's always like one is just like horrific, and then the other one might even be horrific too to some people. Like it's more often for them to say both these guys are terrible, but I got to pick the one that's the better, of the two worst ones. But what you're saying is like when you were 18, it was like, oh man, they both sound pretty good. Right. Like I can't remember the last time that somebody's had that opinion of both sides. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it was very closely aligned like that for years. And just the Democratic Party has lost its identity for years. And a lot of the people that were like probably still in Congress and are still very traditional Democrats. Yeah. They are being drained out and silenced or forced to be silenced by those young 27-year-old congressmen or 30-year-old woke congressmen that, oh no, we want this, we want socialism wrapped in democracy and blah, blah, blah. We're a democracy. No, we're not. We're a national republic. We're not a democracy. We have a democratic system. It's a difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we don't, because so it respects everybody's rights, constitutional rights, but we are not a democracy. We are a national republic. But you keep the Democrats are very good at using language, certain type of language and terms, so people get confused.
Right. Exactly. So, all right, cool, man. I appreciate you giving me some of your time today on a Saturday.
You're welcome.
Where you're probably
Not a problem.
just chilling and hanging out.
Chilling like a villain over here. Just chilling like a villain.
All right, man. It was good to talk to you.
You too. You take care.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Allan Hill, formerly known as Allan Corbo, also known as LA King's Ellen or World of Ellen.
Hey there.
Hey.
How's it going?
Going pretty good.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just doing calls all day. It's kind of crazy.
I bet.
It feels weird to be like talking to all these different people all day long.
You got a lot of people to talk to.
I know. I got a bigger response than I was expecting. So
that's a good problem.
Yeah, I guess so. It's better than nothing at all. But it's going to be like the longest episode of all time.
That's awesome.
You off work today? Just hanging out or what?
Yeah, I just got done working out.
Oh, like literally working out. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't even know.
Trying to get back into it.
Yeah, I can't remember what that's even like. I got to start though, so
I'll probably be hospitalized later. But...
Yeah, hey, it's all worth it though, As long as we can preserve our youth for as long as we possibly can somehow.
Stay mobile.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, cool. Well, I gave you the rundown, kind of doing the 100th episode thing, just kind of checking in with previous guests. And you're going to tell me whether Trump is doing a good job or not.
All right, I think he is.
You think he is?
I think from an let me rephrase that a bit. I think from an economic standpoint, I think he's doing a good job.
Okay. Can you point to anything like specific, like?
Yeah. So I think, like personality stuff aside, whether you like him or you don't like him, because I have a lot of things I could say negative about him. He doesn't have the best personality and rapport with other countries right now. Right. But from an economic standpoint, he's got clear and ambitious goals. He's got vision, leadership. He's following through with everything basically he said he was going to be doing when he was campaigning. So,
right. Do you think that's like a shift from the first term a little bit?
Oh, yeah. Well, and it wasn't really fair because he came into it with COVID and all of that stuff that he was dealing with. So I think had he been given like a regular term, the first go around, maybe things would have been different when he was in office.
Yeah.
COVID was kind of, left field there.
I'm still waiting for the next COVID to come along. I'm surprised it hasn't yet.
So basically, we're 36 trillion in debt, and we're slated to spend another 6 trillion more, only going to collect maybe 4 trillion. And he's got a plan, he's got a plan for everything. Right. He wants to, we got Doge going on with cutting expenses and.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Targeting waste, fraud. It's mind blowing to me, the amount of people that are up in arms about cutting waste and fraud.
Yeah.
I think it's amazing that they're going in there. I mean, I think there's going to be some mistakes made along the way, which they admitted, and they're going to correct. And some people are going to, there's going to be some problems, but they're going to correct. And I think for the short term, but I think long term, it's going to be better. We're going to be better off as a country. Yeah. And I think they genuinely do care about the American people. There might be some motives in there. I think politicians always do. Right. But I think we're not sustainable as a country. And I think people think, we're just going to always be on top. And they're not looking at the ticker going up. Right. And, right. I mean, to see people collecting Social Security that are 150 years old and up, it's just wild. It's just wild.
But if you make it to 150, you should be getting more Social Security than you earned that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So why do you think, though? I mean, with the Doge thing, because you and I can look at that and go, "Oh, this is great. They're finally doing what we've all wanted forever, which is getting rid of corruption and do all this stuff." Why do you think there's so many people that are so ticked off about it?
I think it's just personal. I think they just don't like Trump. I think no matter. I mean, he even said it in one of his speeches. One of his when he was addressing the people, it doesn't matter what he does, they are never going to like him. What was he talking about? It was like a cancer kid or something about, he was something good at it. It was nothing political whatsoever. Right. And they still couldn't, applause for it. Yeah. And it's just, they just hate him so much, and that's what I'm saying from all of that, Democrat, Republican, all of that aside, if they're getting in there and cutting fraud and waste, that should be a good thing, and just exposing all of that stuff. Right. And so I'm all for that, because I think if we get rid of that, then the money that we all as Americans are paying into, that can go to things that are important that will benefit the American people. Right. And so then, they're going to increase revenue possibly by 1 to 2 trillion by increasing tariffs. And whether or not that's used as a tactic, or we are in general going to increase it, I don't think it's a bad thing. Every other country, they all use tariffs, but then U.S. is going to put tariffs out there, and we're suddenly the bad guys. And it's just, we're so demonized on the news. Yeah. I mean, U.S. cars going to Europe, that's like a 10%, something like a 10% tariff, but Europe cars coming to U.S., it's 2.5. Right. That's not fair. Yeah. But nobody says anything about that. Right. Right. Yeah. So, U.S. and U.S. is the biggest customer on Earth. I was looking into that. We consume, I think it was something like 20 trillion stuff that we take in.
Yeah.
And so the tariffs that other countries put on us are just crazy.
Yeah.
So
I think that's why I have so much pull, because I mean, if we pull out of spending, that could completely bankrupt certain places, Right. So we have that leverage,
Right. And so they're saying, oh, they're going to retaliate. I think it's not, I don't think they can. I mean, they could try, but I think we are the biggest customer on earth. They're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And if they do, okay, and then we build more factories in the U.S. and that's going to give more Americans more jobs, and it's going to just build our economy even more.
Right. Right.
So, and then, he's talking about people are up in arms over the deregulation, but really that's going to increase revenue because businesses can grow faster. They can do business easier. They can generate more tax revenues that way. So I think he really, the point of all that is that's all well thought out. He went in there and said, I have this plan, this economic plan, and he has the steps to achieve it.
Right.
Or at least to try to achieve it.
Yeah.
And then people with Musk being, he's autistic or neurodivergent.
And he's a Nazi. Don't forget he's a Nazi too.
You don't even go to that. Yeah. But he's got that brain, that mind for it. A man's a genius. And
yeah, for sure.
Why is he in there? I mean, why not? Who else are you going to put in there?
Right.
Get another genius in there.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, that speaks for Trump to say that he's a very arrogant person, but he's at least humble enough to know that he needs smart people around him to help him achieve his goals.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
All
right. So finally, what do you project for, the rest of his term? You think it's just going to keep going the way it's going in a good way, or?
I don't know. I'm hoping they don't try to assassinate him.
Right. Yes.
Musk, honestly, because people really genuinely hate him so much. But it just blows my mind that they don't try to look at the actual things being achieved for our country. People are so worried about what other countries think about him or us, and it's okay, let's not even worry about that. What's happening here? I know my gas prices come down a little bit, so that's good.
Yeah, that probably will continue.
Although that's a California thing when it's high, anyways, because of all of our stuff here. But
yeah, for sure.
I think that for the rest of this year, we might still see the stock market go down. Which, by the way, if anybody out there, now's a great time to buy stocks.
Yeah.
And to invest in the S&P 500 while it's low, while it's crashing. This is a great time to buy because I think by next year things are going to correct and people are going to be making some money off this mess. So
wow. See, I've always been scared to do something like that.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say individual stocks, but now's a good time to be getting those EFTs, mutual funds, and start maxing out your 401ks or Roth IRAs for the year.
Yeah.
So this is a good time. It's buy low. Now is a great time while things are crashing, because that's only going to go up from here once it goes low.
Yeah. Maybe I can become a billionaire and I can retire.
Yeah. Shoot, buy that Tesla stock.
Yeah, right.
They're crashing and it's going to go up. It's going to go up.
For sure. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool. Thank you so much for hanging out and talking to me for a little bit.
And congratulations on 100 episodes, man. That's awesome.
I know. It's pretty I don't even know how that even happened, but I never even imagined.
Well, I'm looking forward to episode 100 and 200 and beyond. So.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I hope so too, but we'll see. You keep sending me people.
I will do. We'll do.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Incoming call from
Mark Mayberry.
Hey, what's up, man?
Allan, what's up with you?
Oh, nothing. You kind of cut out there a minute. I don't know if you're flying in an airplane or something, or what's going on.
I'm in an underground bunker.
All right. Escaping the zombie apocalypse.
Exactly. Yeah.
What's going on, man? What are you doing?
Chilling, dude.
Yeah.
Relaxing. It's Sunday.
It is Sunday. You're supposed to do that on Sundays.
Exactly.
What Sundays are for. I think that's in the Bible somewhere.
It is. It is.
Cool, man. All right. Well, let's get down to it. You're going to talk to me about your shift in spiritual thought, spiritual belief. You're now an atheist, from what I understand.
No, not that extreme.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
No. So spiritual change since our podcast?
Yeah. Yeah. Since that day that you recorded the episode with me, and your life changed forever, and you became you became a household name, and you know everybody knows who you are now.
Well, your questions were so deep and probing that, it was pretty enlightening. So we talked mostly, I think almost exclusively about baptism.
Yeah. Water or spirit?
Water.
All right. We got to distinguish here. So, okay. Water baptism.
Water.
Okay. Yeah.
So how have my views changed since then?
Yeah.
Okay, I would say...
Well, what were your views before? I don't remember. Like, back then, that was like, dude, that seemed like so long ago.
Yeah, for a couple of years.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you believed before that water baptism was, necessary for salvation?
Well, I would say no.
Okay.
During our conversation, I still felt like what I'd always been taught was to say that water baptism is in any way like necessary for salvation, or does something intrinsic or as a part of your salvation was heresy. It was like really dangerous heresy, like works salvation.
Okay.
So I've changed so I've always held back, even though I had scriptures that always, bugged me in that sense, where I felt like they were saying that. And I also, from reading church history, felt like that was kind of a thing. But I always held back thinking, okay, no, that we can't say that. That's heresy.
Yeah.
So I've changed since then because I've come to learn more about church history and even Reformation history, where now I feel pretty comfortable saying something to that effect, that baptism is in some sense not a way of how we receive Christ.
Wow. See, I didn't even know this.
Well, and so the thing that's changed mostly is I feel much more comfortable saying that because I've learned that there have been many throughout the history of the church who have said that. In fact, Martin Luther taught that. And the Apostolic Fathers believed that, at least many of them.
So just to be clear, though, I mean, are you saying then that you're hanging out at church and you meet a guy, you start hanging out with him, and he's a believer. He seems really solid in his biblical understanding, and then you find out one day that he's not water baptized. So then, do you think to yourself, this guy is not saved? If he dies today without getting water baptized, he's going to be in hell.
So I would say that I would always be hesitant to ever say that.
Okay.
For sure, because
why?
Because I think God is gracious, and I don't know everything. I could be wrong and misunderstanding. So I wouldn't say that. I would just say I would be concerned. I think God's gracious with our misunderstandings. He's gracious with where we're at in history and what we've been taught, the light we've been given.
Yeah.
I think God's gracious.
Yeah. Well, and I agree. Obviously, God is gracious. But I guess to me, it's again, like it's got to be an either or, right? It either is a puzzle piece that has to fit in there in order for salvation to actually take place, or it's not, right? And like when we talked the first time, my view is that not that water baptism is pointless or that it doesn't matter or we shouldn't do it. That's not my view. My view is just that it doesn't. It doesn't exactly. And it doesn't even play a. I mean, it doesn't play a part in the actual salvation part.
Yeah,
is all I'm saying. So, but you're saying you've kind of, since we talked, you've gone more on that other side of the fence to where you just said you feel more comfortable saying that it is necessary, but you're not quite going all the way over to where you would say a person is going to hell if they don't.
Yes. Yeah. So I would just say, like, when I read a scripture, so I would just say kind of what Paul says, like, when we are baptized into Christ, we put on Christ. Or when we died with Christ and were buried through baptism. So I would say I believe what Paul says there, or what I believe Paul is saying, is that is what's happening. We put on Christ in baptism. That's how we receive Christ.
Right. Well, and I would agree with you, except where we disagree there.
Yeah, you say that's spirit baptism.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only because there's just too many other aspects that don't leave room for that view. You know what I mean?
Because it would make it seem like we're saved by a work.
Well, not just that, but I mean, there's a lot of historical texts in Scripture that we see people that we assume were saved that weren't water baptized. You know,
are you talking post Pentecost?
No, pre. This would be pre.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the first one I thought of top of my head was like Thief on the Cross.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but see, that's actually pre-atonement.
True.
And so, to me, Thief on the Cross would be in the same category as like King David,
like Old Testament believers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was not. King David didn't know he needed to be baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit to be saved, right? That wasn't a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it is more of a works-based, although I don't think I would quite word it that way. It's just, to me, it seems biblically that salvation is a strictly spiritual action, right? It's literally the Spirit of God indwelling our spirit and redeeming us from our sin and from our separation from God because of our sin nature. So to throw anything in there, whether it's circumcision, baptism, water baptism, throw in any kind of sacrament or anything to say, well, and you have to do this physical thing too in order for this spiritual thing to take place. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to jive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think one thing that really was interesting to me was I studied Galatians, right, where he's talking to them about how they do not need circumcision. In fact, if they get circumcised, it's actually a detriment.
Right.
But then he never mentions, the only time he mentions baptism is to say that that's how we put on Christ. We put on Christ in baptism, and also knowing that in Paul's experience, all believers were baptized in water.
Sure.
So to me, like if Paul knowing all believers were being baptized when they came to Christ, giving this whole letter talking about how we don't need to be circumcised, but then never mentions baptism, except in a positive sense, to me, says that that's not a concern Paul had.
A concern as far as you mean to compare it to circumcision.
Exactly.
He didn't mention specifically, hey, if you do this, you're what? How does he word that?
Accursed.
Right.
Or cut off from Christ, because you're trying to be saved by adhering to the law.
Right.
But then he says, and so he doesn't mention baptism. You'd think that'd be a perfect time for him to say, oh, and by the way, don't make that same mistake with baptism, thinking that somehow is going to, save you or add to your righteousness.
Right. Well, by the same token, though, when you read like the epistles and you read a lot of the teaching section in the New Testament, you don't necessarily see them being instructed in that way either. So by the same measure, you could say if it was that important, if it was as important as a salvation thing, you think that they would be mentioning that more often. Hey, make sure when you guys preach the gospel, you make sure that they're water baptized also.
Yeah.
Because that's the second piece of the puzzle. And if you simply preach the gospel and they receive it and they believe it, that's not good enough. They also need to be water baptized or else they're doomed,
Yeah, no, I think that is a really good, interesting point. I would just say I would think that it was just a given. Everybody knew that that's how you receive Christ. Like, in other words, if you're talking to Christians, they're already baptized. Like, that's how you became a Christian. You got baptized. There was no such thing as a Christian who hadn't been baptized. It didn't exist. And you see that in the early church. I mean, and I'm not talking like 5th century, I'm apostolic.
Yeah, but what about like you got Acts 2 at Pentecost?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when it says that they were filled with the Holy Spirit and tongues of fire and the whole deal. Obviously, I mean, do you hold that is the moment they all got saved? Or do you think that was a precursor to them going down and eventually getting water baptized, and at that moment they would get saved?
You mean like the ones who the Spirit came upon? I think that was mostly the apostles.
Well, sure, but I mean, if we're talking about we're not just talking about a normal Jewish baptism, right? Are you saying that because they were baptized back then at a Jewish ceremony that counts?
Well, we know that Jesus himself baptized people.
Mm-hmm.
And his disciples. So my assumption would be that his disciples were all baptized, probably by him.
Okay.
but I would also say that that's a very single historical event that's never been replicated.
Mm-hmm.
So ever since, from that point on, every time you see people being saved, they're baptized immediately.
Mm-hmm. Well, but you're not seeing being saved then. You're seeing them believing, and then they're going to be baptized, and when they get baptized, they're going to be saved.
Yeah, and I think, it's the tricky part is to try to make that some kind of chronological, key. Like, you do this, then you do this, and then
Right.
I would say it's just all of the piece. It's all the salvation experience.
Right. Well, shoot, man, I wish we had a little more time. I'm sure you and I will talk about this more, but I didn't realize that you had gone, full force the other way there. So
I know, it's a little scary, huh?
It is kind of scary. I'll definitely be praying for you, man, because I mean that's pretty hardcore, Well, and I tell you what, the reason I do take it seriously is because, as you know, I mean, I'm not water baptized, so that's if what you're saying is true, that's a big deal,
Yeah.
I don't think it's true, but I mean, if it was, that would be a big problem for me. So I better run down there. I'll fill up my bathtub. You can come over and you can baptize me.
Absolutely. Anytime, dude. Anytime. I'm ready.
All right, man. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, man.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Incoming call from
Ryan Pomerinke.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Good.
All right. Am I catching you in the middle of work or what?
Yeah, it's okay though. I'm working from home most of the time. So.
Oh, there you go. Perfect, man. All right. Well, I told you a little bit about what I'm doing. Just kind of, 100th episodes coming up, which is shocking. Never thought it would even go even remotely close to that. But so I'm just kind of catching up with some of the previous guests. And so you're going to, the first part of the question is Trump's doing a good job, yes or no?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And then, so just kind of, obviously you could probably give me, 10 reasons why you think that, but maybe just pick one that'll, that you feel real passionate about, and share with me what you think he's doing so much better in his second term.
I think that compared to his first term, I think that, campaign promises, although I think he did try his best the last time around, he's got the Senate and he's got the House, and he kind of hit the ground running, where I think last time he was kind of feeling his way through it, and there was just a lot of nonsense going on. Not that there isn't the same stuff going on this time. They just don't have quite the political power that they had last time.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of feel like, in a nutshell, he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And I think that's why he got elected.
Yeah. Do you think he's doing more so like the second term? To me, he seems like more, I mean, Trump's always in your face, but the second term, he seems more getting on it faster. He's definitely pushing through stuff, seemingly, more ballsy, I guess.
Yeah, I've kind of felt that same way. I mean, some of it I think some of it could have some political, ramifications later on, just with how some of it's going. But at the same time, if he waits around, I guess, in 2 years, after the next set of elections, he could get none of this stuff to go through. So I mean, he's kind of in that spot where, he doesn't have anything to, basically doesn't have anything to lose as far as his political ambitions after this. I mean, this is pretty much it,
Right. Yeah. Because he couldn't run again.
Unless he takes over the world like the Democrats.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they're waiting for that one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for him to blow everything up like they keep claiming. It's like, well, he had 4 years to do that. Why didn't he do that yet,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, for sure. I'm with you. I think, I think we talked during our episode that I'm not exactly, I can't even say that everything about Trump I love. But when we're talking about the world we live in, the country we live in, and seeing what he's doing so far in the second term and the people he's putting into his cabinet and all that stuff is just pretty fascinating. So,
yeah, I mean, in my lifetime, I would say Reagan's the only one that's even close to this type of sweeping change. But even with Reagan was a big spender, man. He spent a lot of money. He racked up a lot of debt too that people don't ever think about. Yeah. And Reagan's a lot of the reasons why we're in the what do you call it? With all of the stuff with Mexico and everything, Reagan was very lenient on illegal migration, and so a lot of these guys have been pretty lenient and on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
And now we got to the tune of probably in the trillions of dollars that it cost us over the last 50 years to take care of it, and we just can't afford it,
Yeah. For sure, man. So. All right. Well, cool. I appreciate you taking time out of your work to talk to me.
Yeah, no worries, bud.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
We'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bye.
Thank you all so much for listening to this special episode. Please send feedback to Why Can't We Talk About That at proton.me, and please spread the word to everyone that you know. We will be back in a few weeks with more life-altering conversations.
So what's cool about having my good friend Ryan Hester still on Pacific Standard Time, that I could call as late as tomorrow and you still wouldn't even be in bed yet. What's up, dude? I was just thinking about you and wanted to share something cool that I think Spotify is sometimes even better than a Bible study. Sacrilegious. Why do I say that? Because I just discovered or rediscovered Grandma Train. Like, they're awesome. They are so cool and like similar sound to like Stave Saker and all that. Like, so I'm just doing best of now and going through the albums, but they are tight. So I know it's too late to give my 2 cents for the new music choice, but Grandma Train, man, so good. So good. Delicious for the soul. Hope you and the family are doing awesome. Give a fist bump to anybody in the household who's not a legal voting adult yet, and catch you later. Okay, bye.
You're very welcome. Here. I could have said something like, ni hao, it's Tony Quintanar. Or I could have said, orale, Tony Quintanar. Or I could have said, yo, it's Tony Q.